Part 3. The application, or a voice to mankind. The human race is composed of 3 distinct parts, classes, or societies. The poor, ignorant, enslaved, oppressed, and working classes constitute the lower stratum of society. The semi-wealthy, learned, enslavers, oppressors, and dictating classes form the second or transition stratum, and the rich, intelligent, enslaving, oppressing, and idle classes form the third stratum and serve to complete the body of mankind. The poor are distributed among all the nations of the earth. They are those who are born amid circumstances opposed to their nature and its requirements. They are those who have necessities unsupplied, desires unratified, and affections uncared for. They are the degraded, the downtrodden, the forsaken and unappreciated of the land. They are the despised, the weak, the wretched, and the repulsed of all others that compose the human race. Inferior circumstances produce inferior effects, hence the poor are also ignorant. And because they are uneducated, they are the more easily chained in the degrading shackles of superstition, and enslaved by laws imposed by government. They are imbecile, and hence are fit subjects to bear the burden and weight of the upper classes, and feeling impressed that they are performing their duty, they submit to arbitrary and tyrannical government. Inferior circumstances not only create these effects, but also slavery. Millions that belong to the first part of the race are existing under the most oppressive slavery, and are compelled to do honor to those who oppress them. Their thoughts are restricted, and their innate powers are crushed by those who hold them in bondage for the purpose of perpetuating the darkness of degradation to which they are subject. They are also sorely afflicted, and with the most inhuman and unnatural afflictions. The symmetry of their forms is marred, the constitutional qualities of their being are obstructed in their proper development, and their spiritual faculties are clouded from birth to the grave by vice, misery, superstition, and all manner of impositions possible. The poor are thus oppressed, yet the oppressed are not always poor, and oppression is a protective policy employed by those occupying a higher position in the scale of social circumstances. The poor are also the laboring and productive classes. The wealth of the world has been accumulated by the incessant toil of those who are compelled by the hand of oppression to work constantly to gain a subsistence, and yet their labor is not duly rewarded. In every portion of the world it is a general fact that he who labors the most receives the least in return. And the more laborious the thing in which men engage, the more are they enslaved, degraded, and unrewarded. The poor are the sustainers, because they are the industrious. They are the producers of wealth, and of all the blessings that circulate through other and higher societies, and yet they are the forgotten, the despised, and the uneducated. Poverty is such a universal affliction, that many are led to believe that it is a means ordered in the providence of things for the purpose of causing a submissiveness in the nature of man whereby he may receive ultimate reward and consolation. Some men are striving to console the poor by these deceptive prospects, and such being impelled by interest, are anxious to have such an opinion prevail among them, so that poverty and ignorance may be perpetuated, and that thereby the permanency of their despotic and tyrannical control may be secured. In every portion of the earth the poor are uncared for, and their circumstances are very seldom relieved. Still they are the foundation of all that blesses the human race, and of all which mankind enjoy. The semi-wealthy are those who are situated amid superior circum mankind. 681 stances, and being thus situated from birth to death, they become the mediatorial classes, learned in every department of art and agriculture. These are the direct employers and governors of the lower classes. They exert a continual influence on those in their employ, and press them to labor not agreeable to the constitution of man, and for this labor give them little reward. The mediatorial class thus enslave and oppress those beneath them. They are compelled to do this by an interest which actuates all their movements, and they are thus afflicting those striving for a subsistence, because their welfare and all their interests consist in a vast amount of labor and little reward. They are exceedingly oppressive, because society is so constituted that the interest of every man is in direct opposition to the interests of others, and thus what is one man's interest results in another's misfortune. The higher class are the wealthy and powerful, holding within their grasp the productions of those beneath them, and distributing happiness only as it is extracted from them by the unceasing calls of those who are oppressed and degraded. They are the capitalists, for the wealth which the poor create is accumulated by them, and held within their grasp. Wealth that rightly belongs to those who create it is thus given to those who earned it not, and hence have no natural title to it. The higher classes are those who rest upon the toil and labor of the mass of mankind. They are thus both enslaving and oppressing, because of their dependence and yet their controlling influence, which is both unjust and destructive to the peace and happiness that otherwise would be enjoyed by the lower classes of community. They are the enlightened, for being situated amid superior circumstances, they have the advantage of all superior attainments and superficial accomplishments existing in the world. This intelligence is the only pledge for the world's ultimate amelioration from vice, misery, and degradation. But this intelligence is at present improperly directed, and instead of illuminating the mass of mankind, it is shrouding the whole race with bigotry, superstition, and prejudice. It is making more ignorant those classes which are ignorant, and confirming them in their low and unfortunate situations. Meanwhile, it is dividing the human family into sects and exclusive classes, and is also creating every species of disunity and dissatisfaction. The poor and moderate classes are not the governing, but the governed. They are not the enslavers, but the enslaved. They are not in themselves the impure and unsanctified, but are made so by those above them. They are not the unfortunately constituted, but become weak and deformed by the burden of the responsibility universally imposed upon them. The wealthy being the powerful, from them flow all arbitration, oppression, and absolute misery that prevail in the world. It is from this class that exclusiveness and sectarianism take their rise, and flow like an ocean tide over all the classes beneath them. The rich, as to their favorable situations, are examples of what the race will be, when equal wealth and equal justice pervade the social world. Intelligence will then be the governor and administrator of all laws and principles required by the constitution of the human family. Then all may drink at the fount of knowledge, and thirst not. But owing to the disunity that prevails in society, the wants of the lower classes are not supplied, and the desires of those in the higher classes are supplied with such a profusion, that they are unable to appreciate the blessings of life, and the natural enjoyments flowing from a well-ordered desire and its adequate gratification. These three classes constitute the human race, and each of them will exist in its present condition so long as intelligence is exclusive, labor is unrewarded, and wealth is possessed by those who have it unjustly. Section 2. The poor are those who have desires unsupplied. Thus they are rendered miserable, and their existence is entirely unappreciated. They are those who have all the pressure and the afflictions of the race, and by their ignorance they are compelled to remain thus situated. They cannot set forth with moving eloquence the vice and misery that prevail among them. They cannot free themselves from the shackles which bind and crush them to the earth. They cannot escape the prison of sectarianism, nor raise their voice against the many inhuman proceedings that are instituted against them. The poor lie at the lowest point in society, and are therefore sustaining, by their perpetual industry, the great weight of the world that rests upon them. They have no means to extricate themselves, or to advance where everything opposes their progress and arrests their ascension. They cannot accumulate force and power of themselves, because each person is striving for a subsistence, and laboring to supply his increasing wants. General power is thus lost and dissipated among individuals, which prevents them from acting as a body to ameliorate their condition. The highest society exists as if they were not in possession of feeling and affection for what is just, and good, and righteous. They seem to be unconscious of sympathy, and unable to discern the cause of the evil and misery that prevail. They are seemingly striving to benefit all, yet in that which appears to benefit most, a greater injury is done to the working classes. And every isolated act of benevolence, though meant for good, ends in affliction, and every effort toward amelioration creates sectarian hostility, and terminates in depression of the most tyrannical character. Society is thus constructed. It will preserve its structure and form forever, but its constitutional developments will change ere long materially, the result of which will be distributive justice and harmony. The cause of all human action is centered in these three things: love, or desire, necessity, and interest. Desires are created by the love, or bodily requirements. Necessity is the desire ungratified, or the requirement unsupplied, and interest is the spring of action, and is a means by which love is rewarded, by which desires are gratified, and necessities supplied. Interest, then, is the mode of human action, and is the ultimate cause of all industry, all invention, all movement, and intelligence, in the world. Interest is the means employed to supply the necessities of the human body. Where there is no interest, there can be no action. Where there is no desire, there can be no interest. And where there is no love, there can be no desire. It is impossible for a man to act without an interest. His interest may consist in self-gratification or emolument, in sectarian advancement, in local usurpation, in general benevolence, brotherly kindness, and charity, in universal love, or in the attainment of knowledge. But in whatever thing his interest is centered, for that will he act alone, and while thus acting, he will, as society now exists, injure some and benefit others, please some and excite indignation in others, and thus it is that interests, being the cause of human action, will, if not directed aright, produce unhappy consequences. The interests of the poor consist in rendering themselves and their families happy. To this end they exert all their abilities to extract from the earth, and absorb from the higher societies, a sufficient reward for their labor. Their interests are opposed to the interests of those who employ them, and this creates an antagonism between the laborer and him for whom he labors. One is diametrically opposed to the other. Thus it is that while industry becomes fatiguing and disgusting to the laborer, the employer is pressing him to more and heavier action, and meanwhile reduces his reward to the lowest possible amount. The laborer is thus discouraged from laboring cheerfully, and the employer is discouraged from rewarding abundantly. The interest of the laborer consists in the reward, the interest of the employer consists in the amount of labor accomplished, therefore one is absorbing from the other, and the absorption creates distinction, obstruction, and disunity. They are thus existing in direct opposition to each other. Thus labor is despised and shunned by the human family, because it is unappreciated. Hence poverty pervades the world, and this is perpetuated by disunity of interests and a want of sympathizing feelings and affections between man and man. The poor have no regard for the situation of the rich, nor the rich for that of the poor, and they thus despise and repulse each other. The unfortunate circumstances that surround and embarrass the poor from birth, encourage the monopolies of the higher classes, and the interests of the latter consist in the distinction thus created. It thus becomes impossible to discover harmony between the interests of the poor and rich, or affinity between their respective situations. Men may have their judgment convinced of what is their duty, yet their interests consist in that to which their duty is opposed. Hence the world is immoral and disorganized. It is proper that all should be so situated as that industry may become a necessity, and that its reward may be legitimate and proportional. If universal industry existed, all would be wealthy, and all would appreciate and glorify their existence. Neither would there be so much labor needed, for a little labor, if properly directed, would contribute more to the general wealth of the world than twice the same amount in the present condition of the human race. 1/3 of the present amount of individual labor, if equally distributed and rendered profitable, would contribute more to the happiness and wealth of mankind than the amount of individual labor now performed, and then rewards would be equal, interests reciprocal, and all action universally beneficial. As interests now are opposed to each other, all action of laborer and employer must necessarily be in corresponding opposition. Hostility is constantly being generated by the disaffection for each other's welfare, arising from this cause. Everyone has desires uncared for by others, and necessities which none but himself knows, and for the relief of which no one but himself provides. The provision is extracted from, not freely given, as it ought to be, by others, or the body of the human race. Thus one's interest consists in that for which no other has an affinity. And so conflicting are the situations of men in the lower strata of society, that there is nothing but vice, misery, discontent, hostility, and retaliation existing. Their interests are like conflicting elements, which in meeting, destroy each other's power. Hence the harmony that would exist, if interests ran gently into each other, is dissipated. Hence he is immorally situated whose duty tells him one thing and his interests another. Section 3. The laborer, feeling an interest in the amount of reward given for his toil, has no interest in the general improvements in machinery that are made to relieve and curtail labor. Labor must be appreciated and duly remunerated, before there can be either a pleasure in industry, or a general interest taken in mechanical and agricultural improvements. That inactivity may be repulsed from the earth, industry must command increased rewards. There must not only be a higher value set on industry, but a higher regard must be manifested to him who labors, in order to make all feel an interest in activity, and that no one may feel an attraction to idleness and speculation. The laboring classes support those who are idle, and the idle in return despise and oppress those who labor, because their interest is not in industry, but in unfeeling speculation. The interest of the laborer should consist in the thing on which he is employed. Then he would press onward in his physical and mental exertions to improvements of the most valuable character, such as would not only ameliorate his own condition, but would send forth a blessing over the whole world. As things are now existing, the laborer feels an interest in the reward only, and not in the employment itself. Therefore labor is disgusting and tiresome, while its reward alone actuates the worker, and thus the proper development of his physical and intellectual powers is discouraged and obstructed. The laborer feels no interest in the advancement of his employer's interest, but merely in the amount of reward he may extract from him, and which is necessary to his subsistence. He who employs feels no interest in the poor and their necessities, but exerts his power and ingenuity to press the laborer to every possible extreme, and then remunerates him agreeably to his own interests. The employer does not reward the laborer because he feels an interest in his and his family's welfare. On the other hand, after compelling him to labor excessively, he pays him only as a man would feed his herds at night. Nay, the classes who speculate upon the poor and the oppressed, in many instances do not scruple to force them from their families at an hour which all the laws of the human system have appropriated to rest, into the field of labor or the workshop of toil, and after compelling them to work without cessation until their energies are exhausted, reward them as their own power and interest may dictate, even as a man would drive a mule from his stable, oppress him with heavy burdens during the day, and at night requite his labor, and hunger, and prostration, in proportion to the amount of food he has garnered up for all his extensive herds. The poor are thus oppressed, and the laborer is thus not justly rewarded. They not only have no interest in mechanical improvements, but have none in the cultivation of their own powers, for all their physical energies are concentrated, day after day, on gaining a subsistence, and their mental powers are circumscribed to the limited circle of their degraded occupation. Men should be rewarded in proportion to the amount of labor they accomplish, and then they would feel an interest in industry, and not merely in its reward. At present, however, he who labors most and suffers the most oppression, receives the least reward. He who is idle and subsists upon the labor of others, is both abundantly rewarded, and extensively appreciated for supposed goodness and virtue. It is true that virtue exists only where vice is not, and it is, moreover, true that he who is idle is necessarily vicious and is no more than an unnecessary particle, or person, in the constitution of the human family. Such a one is an excrescence to society, and is an injury to the welfare and happiness of the laboring and industrious. Nothing can be more injurious to the human race than an inactive population, or a class of persons who despise, and yet subsist and speculate upon, the labor of others, of those who are degraded. D. The beehive of industry typifies what the race should and will be asterisk in the economy of the beehive. One thing is particularly to be remarked, and that is, that every inactive bee is considered a drone to the community, and therefore all interest and affection are withdrawn from it, and they all decide that the bee is thus an injury to the welfare of the whole, and that it must be cast from their midst forever. Every bee is obliged to contribute its share to the wealth and elevation of the whole mass, and they are taught to feel an instinctive affection for the universal welfare. And having their interests thus centered, nothing can thwart their activity for the benefit of each other in the whole, nothing can prevent the accumulation of wealth, or destroy the happiness which they universally enjoy. Here, then, the philosophy of social harmony is represented, and all that is necessary for the human family to do, is to adopt a corresponding system. Poverty is necessity unsupplied, and therefore this indicates disease in the organization of society. For if all men were properly situated, want would not exist in any part, while an abundance belongs to the body as a whole, and absorption would not exist while everyone created his own happiness and meanwhile the happiness of others. Vice, degradation, necessity, and misery pervade society only because there is no unity in the interests and movements of men. He who has a family to support, seeks to serve some person who may give him a reward adequate to his wants. But if there is no sympathy extended to his necessities, he drowns his crushed feelings and his domestic embarrassments in the depths of intoxication. He goes to every extreme in this vice for no other purpose than to sear his sympathies against the cries of his children, and his sensibilities to the supplications of his wife. He becomes unnerved and incapable of laboring, even if labor is procured, and anticipating a most wretched dejection in his own family, he lays his hands on the possessions of others, and ingeniously conveys something to his family. Ly. Thus a theft is committed, and now the community is for the first time aware that such a miserable being existed. They appeal to conventional laws, investigate his case, and employ unfeeling magistrates to seal his imprisonment. No one feels an interest in his welfare, but all are pleased at his capture, condemnation, and repulsion from the bosom of society, and the light of the sun that smiles on all, that all may be happy. Not long from this and a family is thrown upon the institutions, destitute of all bodily requirements, physical strength, and mental energy. The children are situated among circumstances of the most vitiating and corrupting character. The mother is unable to perform her duty toward them, and they are led into the paths of vice, ignorance, and prostitution. Nay, every invention is sought out by them to relieve their immediate wants, and improve their external condition. Under various circumstances, those children advance to maturity, and are then thrown upon society to find employment by which they may live, if they are fortunate and successful in their movements. It may be that some one of them will advance to a position tending to unfold the physical and mental powers, and such a one may bring forth living evidence of innate genius and magnanimity of soul. Another one may seek domestic labor, but being incapacitated, is unsuccessful, becomes disheartened, and is cast out by the employer, uncared for, upon the disunited and conflicting world. This one will flee for refuge into the paths of vice and misery, will seek shelter where no human being should lie, and drown all sensibilities in the abundance of vice into which he or she is immersed, and perhaps end where the father did, a dishonor to society, and an outrage to the moral sensibilities of the human race. Another may be situated differently, but still where influences are corrupting and opposed to the proper direction of the faculties. This one may be selfish, ferocious, and barbarous in the extreme, even to the destruction of a fellow being's life, and finally swing before the gazing world as a representation of its own corruption, ignorance, and fanaticism. Another one, being a female, and because of unfavorable birth being despised, may seek seclusion from the scoffs of an unfeeling world and the sinks of iniquity and prostitution, and there live as a representative of social disunity, discord, degradation, and conflicting individual interests. Here, then, is a family unknown to the world, until some one of them, pressed by poverty, commits a depredation, and then the community takes an interest, not in the unfortunate, but in him who loses for the benefit of that desolated family. Then one member after another becomes known and despised. Every innate energy is crushed by the withering frowns of the social world. Every pure aspiration is pressed back upon the soul, because it needs an atmosphere of light, liberty, and social happiness. The light of genius is clouded by the inferior circumstances surrounding and obstructing its development. Nay, every pure and innate quality of the human soul is arrested in its growth, because society smiles not on its tenderness, nourishes not its roots, and assists not, by superior circumstances, its growth. Everything tends to darken the sun of vivacity and future prospect, and where the light and heat of this dwell not, the human soul cannot bud and blossom, for its soil is barren and uncongenial. Section 4. Interests are thus mutually opposed, and the effects of the opposition are the evil and misery that prevail in the world. No man would be evil in action if he had not an interest in being so. No man would touch the wine cup were it not to gratify some unhealthy desire, created by influences and situations in which men are often existing. No man would defraud his neighbor and plunder his possessions, if all wants were supplied and desires gratified. No man would injure or destroy the life of his neighbor, were it not to accomplish some end, being actuated by a necessity unknown to community. Neither would man injure his neighbor, if his interests consisted in his neighbor's welfare. No man would deceive or falsify, if his interests consisted in honesty and unrestricted benevolence. Finally, no man or woman in the human race would do an unholy deed, if their interests consisted in the interest of the whole, so as to comprehend both individual and universal happiness. Community are aware of all unholy deeds when they are committed, and they manifest no sympathy toward the unfortunate perpetrator, but have an interest in his condemnation and imprisonment. If society felt an interest in the welfare of its individuals, then men would not be in situations that are vitiating, but would be placed amid superior circumstances, and thus benefited and rendered useful to the requirements of the community at large. All these evils arise from this one fact, that labor is unrewarded and unappreciated, and hence that labor is disgusting to him who is compelled to perform it, and absolutely abhorred by those who subsist on the industry of the poor and oppressed. No interest is felt in labor itself, but merely in its emoluments. No interest is exercised for the general good, but all interests are isolated, corrupting, enslaving, and disorganizing. No interest is centered in the general advancement and happiness of the race, but merely in individual acquisitions of wealth, and power, and aristocratic rank. No interest is felt in the condition of those who are unhappily situated from birth to the grave, but everything is against the cultivation of their powers, the enjoyment of their existence, and the profitableness and utility of their lives. No interest is exercised in behalf of those who are unable to assist themselves and enjoy the rightful blessings of life, but all are striving to advance to individual power and honor and emolument, are even willing to exert a commanding influence over those who are depressed and unable to resist the tyrannical domination thus exercised over them. No interest is universal, but all are isolated, individual, and corrupting, and all this is existing because labor is not appreciated as a universal blessing, and esteemed in proportion to its tendency to elevate the human race. The laborer is entitled to something more than arising at daybreak, going forth into the field and toiling till dark, and then returning to his couch of straw, and awaking again with body prostrated and suffering with hunger. Industry is entitled to more than this, for activity is the wealth of the world, and the use and destiny of man. Yet it is a truth that in various portions of the world, laborers are confined to the meanest subsistence, and their bodies are sacrificed to the enslaving and degrading speculations of idle men. They are forced almost from their cradles to the plantation or the manufacturing establishment, and are compelled to work as long as sunlight will permit, then to return to their desolate homes fatigued and unrewarded. While they are obliged to lead a life like this, those subsisting upon their labors pass on regardless of the destitution spread before them. Interests are so conflicting that men sacrifice their real dignity of character and moral worth by engaging in every species of fraud, imposition, and cruel speculation, and that, too, as practiced upon a multitude of uneducated beings who are confined to labor of the most oppressive character, both in the field and in the workshop. He who, by the workings of social circumstances, happens to be born where this oppression and slavery exists, knows no use of his own being, nor of the enjoyments to which he is entitled by nature and her extensive provisions. In the various countries and kingdoms of the earth, monarchical governments and exclusive and arbitrary laws are instituted as a protective policy and safeguard to aristocracy and despotism. And they are also as walls, defending the accumulated wealth of idlers against absorptions by the poor within their dominions. Every kingdom, with all its wealth, owes its birth to the incessant industry of the injured and unrewarded poor. The most stately lord is nothing more than a drone, supported by those compelled to till the soil and bring forth its wealth and excellences. And while the land is burdened with lords and inactive men, the poor must be degraded and deprived of their just dues, and where such useless materials exist, vice, poverty, and wretchedness will also dwell. These latter are unfailing representatives of indolence, lordly aristocracy, and despotic governments. Where suffering most exists, there the burden of idle and useless materials is. And this suffering in society is always an unfailing indication of conflicting interests, which are constantly producing violations of the injunction, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." It is impossible to find a radical distinction between the natures or the requirements of different men, but there is a difference only in the degree in which these are manifested. Some men require more than others in the way of physical or mental food, yet all are entitled to as much as they desire, especially when that desire is governed by a well-ordered wisdom. Section 5. As he who tills the soil feels no absolute interest in its productions, but only in the paltry sum given for his labors, so the science of agriculture has not advanced to that degree of perfection of which it is capable. All improvements are such as result from isolated effort, and therefore they are not such as to visibly benefit mankind, but their benefits are dissipated by vain speculation. Mechanics feel no interest in the improvement of machinery, any further than it conduces to individual wealth. There is no general interest manifested for the relief and consequent reward of the laborer. Hence, if mechanics improve in arts and sciences which abridge manual labor, they also take the food from him whose employment is destroyed. It is clear, then, that the interests of the laborer are opposed to those of the mechanic, and the conflict creates hatred and local persecution. Every new invention should be hailed with shouts of joy by all, as conducing to the relief of laborious employment, and to the advancement of the race. But instead of this, every new invention is frowned upon with all the jealousy of disunited interests. Thus genius is crushed, and the poor man's energies are prostrated by the non-reception of his invention and the non-appreciation of his ingenuity. If a man should invent a floating battery as a means of destruction, or plan any other new mode of destroying human life in the interests of nations, then would the public encomiums be warm and enthusiastic. Any new and deathly instrument is hailed by all as a reliever of national hostility, and an indirect benefit to the poor and unfortunate. This is an expression of a public feeling characterizing every nation of the earth, and how unholy are the conditions which give rise to this feeling. These conditions breathe hatred and wretchedness into the bosom of every excitable being, and deposit the poison of envy in each neighbor's cup, and when they drink, all descriptions of prejudice, hostility, strife, persecution, and fanaticism flow from their intoxicated minds. The community is thus disordered, even in its departments of mechanical industry. Every new invention for the destruction of life is smiled upon by the mass, but every new invention for the destruction of degrading toil, and for the elevation of the interests of the race, is only hailed with delight by a few good and benevolent minds, while the mass, feeling conscious that it crosses their interests, scout it and frown it down, that it may not go forth to their injury. The laborer is thus opposed to mechanical improvement. Any exertion in the way of such improvement is the commencement of hostility and persecution between the inventor and the mass of laborers. Tradesmen are all engaged in isolated pursuits, diametrically opposed to each other. Each one establishes a capital and a business where the most advantage can be taken of his neighbor and of the community. Thus isolated business among the tradesmen is leading to the most ingenious deception and falsehood. He who can converse with the most freedom, and present the most external inducements, has the advantage over his neighbors in his accumulations of wealth as derived and extracted from the community, while he who is less competent in these respects, ultimately fails in his enterprise, and then receives for his consolation the fiendish exaltations of his neighboring tradesmen. It is right and profitable to unveil the corruptions of society, and to present a mirror in which the actions and situation of every person may be visibly and justly represented. Nothing is more injurious to the morals of community, and more enslaving to the poor man, than the vast congregation of tradesmen, whose interests are as much opposed to each other as the darkness of midnight is to the light of noonday. More vice exists among this class of community than in any other department of society. They are connected with each other locally, and are joined externally, to extract an unreasonable profit from him who buys, yet they are internally bitterly opposed to each other's welfare, and each one is compelled by interests to overreach and deceive his neighbor. The fact of their being thus impelled by misdirected interests, generates every species of vice and disunity among themselves and in society. The buyer enters the establishment of the tradesman with the full conviction that the latter will deceive him if possible. Therefore the interests of the buyer and of the seller are in direct opposition to each other. And what is worse than all is, that there is a distrust of virtue and morality deposited in the bosom of every man toward his neighbor in the world. As society is existing, men are considered uneducated if they have not an acute perception of their neighbor's faults and follies, or if they are not at all times prepared with deceptive plans to overcome the intrigues and deceptions of others. If a man has grown up from the cradle to manhood, in a little community where peace and harmony dwell, having no suspicion of evil or deception as pervading society, and having an implicit confidence in the purity of the dealings of mankind with each other, and if he should go forth into a community of desperate and unfortunately situated men, he would be deceived in the most cruel manner. His property would be taken from him for one half its value, his pure spirit would be corrupted, his confidence would be betrayed, and his natural genius smothered, and for all this loss, he would receive the fiendish sneers of the tradesmen, because he was not educated, and aware of their ingenious expertness. Thus no men are more viciously situated than tradesmen, and none are doing a more direct injury to the social requirements of all mankind. The poor man is entitled to food and clothing in his great abundance, and even greater than he who subsists upon the poor man's labor. But what a hopeless adventure it is for an honest man to prefer this claim, or to endeavor to procure suitable garments for his person. In the first place, the article from which clothing is made is gathered from the earth which he cultivates. Its owner demands and receives a profit from the manufacturer, who presses the operatives to labor for little reward, that his profit may be greater when he transfers his produce to the tradesman. By the time the tradesman receives the cloth, the profits consume more than its original value. The tradesman is, however, entitled to a profit also, and this the buyer must pay. The poor man then receives of the tradesman his garments, and is compelled to pay the combined tariffs and profits of the agriculturist, the manufacturer, and the tradesman. Thus from the labor of the poor man are all these various and conflicting situations sustained, and the many persons therein engaged constantly supported. Surely it is not strange that poverty exists where capital is so isolated and interests so discordant. Tradesmen are also striving to succeed at the sacrifice of each other's interests, and while doing so, they affect the manufacturer, the operatives, the agriculturists, and those who toil from early dawn till evening without reward. There should be no local, isolated establishments, such as are now existing, but there should be a general storehouse for every community in every city, and this should be abundantly supplied by the united industry of the whole community. Not a tear should be shed in consequence of hunger, no bosom should throb with pain or sink with disconsolation. No child should be left to shiver from cold, or suffer deprivation of natural wants, no mother should lament her children's, her own, or her husband's destitution. Nor should there be a life sacrificed at the altar of want, or destroyed by the hand of fearful starvation, for those stores of wealth and abundance should yield a subsistence to everyone who moves and dwells in the human form. Then tradesmen's interests would consist merely in assisting others to their natural demands, and not in keeping from them every article of comfort and subsistence which they may hold within their own grasp, as at present. Section 6. The lawyer's interest is opposed to general peace and righteousness. Lawyers are in situations which make them interested in the disturbances that prevail, and not in the general tranquility of community. They have their interests centered in the numerous litigations caused by persecution and hostility. Where vice exists, poverty prevails to an equal extent, and where vice and poverty prevail, the lawyer is most powerfully attracted. Instead of being peacemakers, they are peace destroyers, inasmuch as the settlement of every legal question must be for or against the individuals concerned. The result of this is latent envy, and a secretive determination to have their demands satisfied, and that, too, when the laws of society can take no cognizance of their plans to deceive and injure. Every act of adjudication among the legal profession is the commencement of interior hatred and hostility. And besides this, every man seeks refuge in the laws of society and the state, against the injuries of his neighbor, and this is the strongest indication of disease in the constitution of society. For local quarrels and conflicts are blemishes that affect society as ulcers affect the diseased body, and it is clear that blemishes would neither affect society nor the body of man, if the interior qualities and particles of the constitution were pure, united, and circulating throughout the whole form with a perfect equality. Evils that exist in society are like diseased parts of the body, and the open contentions manifested through the workings of vice are like pains that affect the body, and both testify of internal corruption. And he is the true peacemaker who strikes at the root of social evil, and who destroys the fruit of the contaminating tree. If the poor of the earth were educated, and their feelings were refined, there would be no stooping to the vice of deception and falsehood, neither would there exist so much disunity which lawyers are employed to settle according to the established codes of the land. And every legal decision is a virtual protest against the prevalence of morality and unity of human interests. If the mechanic labored in connection with the tiller of the soil, and their enterprises were mutually assisting to each other, such a thing as contention and lawsuits between them would not be known. Did tradesmen act in accordance with the requirements of the mechanic and the laborer, then would their reciprocal action create harmony, and the lawyer would have no occupation. The lawyer's interest is therefore decidedly opposed to this state of things, and as they are exerting an undue influence in society, their opposition will retard the progress of social, moral, and universal reform. Their interests consist in the prevalence of ignorance and imbecility, in the greatest amount of strife, contention, and deception, and in every species of corruption and degradation that now renders society a disgusting body, even as a whitened sepulchre, full of dead men's bones. Lawyers, as men, are good and honest, like all other men, but how deplorable to reflect on their corrupting situations. From these situations spring the most unhealthy influences into the bosom of society, and instead of reforming and equalizing mankind, and amicably settling their difficulties, they are merely casting a veil over blemishes by an external legal process, while that which they conceal is rife with all sorts of evil, extortion, and excess. No verdict is given without violating as many feelings as it gratifies. Hence a great portion of the counteracting and conflicting feelings that are in the world, are because the vertices of conventional laws are in favor of or against the established interest or prejudice of some person or persons. It cannot be said that they are relieving the evils of society, so long as verdicts are isolated and superficial in their character. The laws of nature are unlike this. Their verdicts are manifested to all beings, and all acknowledge their justice, and are encouraged by their unfailing distribution of justice to every created form. The lawyer's interest therefore consists in the amount of vice and misery that prevail, and not in the peace, and unity, and happiness, which the world is striving to enjoy. The lawyer's situation is thus the most unenviable of any except that of the clergyman. But lawyers are to be relieved from their positions ere long, by feeling a thrilling conviction of the truths of nature, and by her unceasing demands for social reform and distributive justice. It is pleasing to contemplate the day when men will forsake theory, sect, philosophy, prejudice, and situation, for the sole purpose of fulfilling their use in the nature of things, and thereby to establish happiness in every portion of the world, for each will have a position created by his own industry. Section 7. The physician's interest consists in the amount of organic violation that occurs, and in the abundance of distress and physical wretchedness that are found in the sick room, the hospital, the asylum, the prison, the army, and throughout the nation. Physicians, as men not professionally employed, will express the most unbounded benevolence and actual sympathy for the suffering that exists. They will express all the yearnings of noble minds for the improvement and education of the poor and ignorant, and for superior situations to bless the poor man's home and the rich man's constitution. But a physician, in his occupation, feels no interest in any new invention, or system, or compound, that might be effectual in curing disease. He feels no interest in the advancement of intelligence on the subjects of anatomy and physiology, because a general knowledge of the organic structure of man would lead to a great amount of health, inasmuch as then all would strive to avoid violation. He feels no interest in the prevalence of physiological knowledge, nor is he interested in any degree of reform leading to a destruction of vice, debauchery, and physical violations. Disease and pain exist because the science of life and the necessities of the human body are unknown to a majority of the human race. The poor man is obliged to exert all his physical energies to gain a subsistence for himself and family. He is thereby subject to exposures of every possible description, and to sufferings that are intolerable. The atmosphere may change, and bring disease to his exposed body. Labor may be excessive and disproportionate, and its results may be deformity, contractions, inflammations, and muscular prostration, some or all of which are a portion of the poor man's reward. Thus exposed, he sinks under disease, and when prostrated on his couch, amid his family whose wants are unsupplied, he ventures to raise his voice to the wealth and philanthropy of society in supplication, and humbly solicits relief. What is the reply which he receives? It is the frowns and silent abuses of the community, and he can see that the world regards him not. Thus forsaken, he languishes, and departs unappreciated. Such examples are, in modified forms, visible in every portion of the world. The physician feels no interest in the health of that sick man, and it is a matter of indifference to him whether his pains are soothed or his situation relieved. He seeks not the poor man, because the little attraction, which is insignificant indeed, is not in the poor man's possession. Therefore the poor man is neglected, because the physician's interest consists, not in the prevalence of health, but in the extent of disease among those able to reward his labors. The wife and children of this poor man are also exposed to inclement weather, and to every description of destitution possible to conceive. The wife, exercised by grief and depressed with sorrow, becomes weakened and emaciated, and finally occupies the bed just deserted by her unfortunate and neglected companion. She, too, is encompassed with sorrow, and is afflicted with privations, which society perceives not. Amid the cries of her children, she is depressed beyond the possibility of a resurrection, and she soon closes her eyes upon the world with a fear, and dread, and sorrow, unknown to any but herself, and the last vibration upon her ear is the cry of hunger arising from her infant child. She thus dies a sacrifice to human injustice and social disorganization. The children, one by one, are taken and placed in the asylum, and they're cared for in proportion to the reward given to the physician and the overseer. There they are treated as strangers, there they grow like the plant uncultivated, and finally become a burden to 698 a voice to mankind. The community and the keeper of the almshouse who supports them all. If the physician were well situated and properly rewarded, he would seek the afflicted, relieve their pains, and strive to inculcate physiological truths whereby disease might be avoided, and unnecessary violations escaped. If the physician were rewarded in proportion to the amount of health that exists, then would he feel anxious to have vice, and misery, and degradation, and debauchery to cease, and health to bless the existence of every man. These corruptions gyrate through all portions and classes of society, and the physician is interested therein. And where disease is in abundance, there he is attracted, not because he feels interested in the health and prosperity of his patients, but in that which he receives for his medical attentions. Nothing can be more dishonoring to the convictions of the physician than the corrupting situation which he occupies, for he is compelled to follow the promptings of his interest, while his convictions of duty and his higher sensibilities weep over his ill-directed proceedings. The physician's duty, like that of the lawyer and the clergyman, is sensibly impressed on his judgment by nature, and he would cheerfully comply with its dictates, were he not so viciously and unhappily situated. But interest is the governing principle of human existence, and the object to be attained is so to change the situations of men that their interests may correspond with the admonitions of their enlightened judgments. The physician has an internal conviction which he cannot suppress, that what he is obliged to do in his profession is directly opposed to his duty. He cannot resist this conviction, and the same is true of the lawyer, mechanic, and the laborer. And this truth unfolds the fearful and horrible fact in the condition of the human race, that men are not only contending with each other in their social occupations, but that there is a constant antagonism existing between interest and duty in every bosom. Men's interests tell them one thing, and their duty another. Interests are created by the necessities of the body and its propensities, and men, to supply these necessities, are compelled to smother conscience in the blackest clouds of social warfare and conflicting interests. 1/3 of the Earth's population are bound by the hand of disease, merely because they are uneducated, inferiorly conditioned, and unjustly treated by the exclusiveness of classes in aristocracies. And this 1/3 are also crushed by poverty, caused by ingenious speculations on their labor. These come into being, live unhappy and useless lives, and finally die, not knowing the destiny of their creation. They live, moreover, in a wilderness of pain, starvation, and discontentment, and it is conspicuously true that physicians never venture into that wilderness of despair. They never explore the regions of pain, distress, and wretchedness, because their interests speak, and their steps are directed to the bed of the rich man, whose wealth consists of the accumulated productions of that wilderness of despairing and diseased beings. Terrible indeed is the unrighteousness of these things, and they are truths that need unveiling, though they will thrill the soul of every enlightened person with an overwhelming conviction of their truth and importance. The human race is afflicted with disease. Mankind as a body are sick, and need a physician. They need effectual attention and permanent restitution to health, and energy, and happiness. The race, then, must be educated. The rudiments of this education must consist in each one knowing himself, in every anatomical and physiological particular, and then the world will not be cursed with ignorance, vice, disease, and misery. Then physicians will be useful and beneficial, for their time and talents will be concentrated in the great work of social and moral reform, and their interests will not only consist in the amount of health enjoyed, but in the destruction of ignorance, violation, and local wretchedness. Section 8. Of all professions and situations occupied by men, none is absolutely more unenviable and more corrupting than that sustained by clergymen. It is a deplorable fact that all the miseries, the conflicts, the wars, the devastations, and the hostile prejudices existing in the world are owing to the corrupting situation and influence of clergymen. From the beginning of the human race to the middle of this century, nothing has been more prominent than sectarian enthusiasm and theological warfare. And from the lowest period of the race, there have been successive modifications of clerical power, but each modification has only contributed to consolidate the error, and make the evil more impregnable. Clergymen have, like other professional men, smothered their consciences in the gloomy cloud of sectarianism. They are all good in spirit, but unholy in situation and influence. And nothing can be more disgusting and depressing, even to their own clouded judgments, than the unrighteousness proceeding from the influence they exert over an ignorant and imbecile race. Each clergyman, like the physician, is opposed to every new system of practice and model of profession. Physicians do not countenance new modes and systems of practice, because this would be stepping from the consolidated systems established by early generations. And their system is so defended by a wall of Latin and insignificant terms, that no one can pass through and become initiated without spending a large sum in some medical or technical institution. The wall is so unsurpassable, that the majority of mankind are obliged to remain on the outer, uninformed of their nature and the paths that lead to health and happiness. The clergyman is still a little more unfortunately situated, and is as effectually defended against the invasion of natural intelligence, and the discoveries of any researcher into the truths of nature and her God, that clergymen speak of so much. They also have a consolidated system of error, which error, however, is concealed by the assumed cloak of orthodoxy, which means the right way. But it is only the right way in one sense, and that is to defend sectarianism against its foes. Clergymen have a system of practice which is guarded by commentaries so vast, and sentinels so numerous, that the practice in general cannot be overthrown, or new systems be built up in its stead. They have not, however, succeeded fully in this particular, inasmuch as new systems of theological practice are being conceived and instituted in nearly every generation. The world at the present day is a striking example of this truth. It displays many systems of sectarianism and modes of curing the diseased soul. And there are also clergymen practicing in each mode and system of salvation. Some have more expedient and plausible ceremonies than others, and such generally receive more patience, and in this way new sects and new forms of sectarian prejudice are established. Their interest consists in smothering the consciences of men, as the physician's interest consists in general violation of the organic laws. If clergymen can have a general psychological ignorance prevail, they are well pleased. If they can have a general effeminacy and mental submission, then their occupation is prosperous and their reward proportional. If they can have a submissive sectarianism, and a moderate yet ignorant prejudice for exclusive sects, then they entertain no fears as to the perpetuation of their reward, and the success of their professional enterprise. Clergymen cannot deny that their interests consist in the prevalence of ignorance and sectarian prejudice, and not in free and unrestricted thought and theological investigation. They are aware that the unrestricted exercise of the mental powers would seal an everlasting destruction to all sectarianism, and consequently to their professions. If the human mind were free from the shackles imposed by prejudice, it would not rest until every vestige of chimerical philosophy and theology was banished from the earth. The clergyman's policy proclaims his consciousness of this fearful truth. He shrinks childishly from the investigation, and strives to protect his situation by a more sanctimonious life, and a deeper devotion to the sectarian prejudices of his parishioners. Previous research into the condition of man and society has demonstrated that man, having been well situated, amid many cultivations of his own industry, began to exercise his mental powers on spiritual subjects, and upon the most profound mysteries. His thoughts were at first confined to his social condition and to the things near and about him that were pleasurable and profitable to the requirements of the body. And after having removed all influences that excited pain or displeasure, he lived happily, being abundantly nourished by good and congenial productions. Soon, however, the mind deserted visible things, and soared in search of that beyond its comprehension. And what is remarkable is that the first adventurer in celestial imaginations was a chieftain who was what at the present day would be called a clergyman. He, like others after him, felt inspired with novel conceptions, and, not perceiving their origin, supposed they were divine. From the first, these chieftains were adored as celestial teachers, and true expounders of every, without them, inexplicable mystery. It was found necessary to establish a distinction between those thus elevated, and the enslaved admirer. Moreover, it was deemed a virtue, and an evidence of divine religion, for the poor, depressed laborer to give all his superproductions to the priests and chieftains. The priests, thus elevated and pauperously supported, exerted an influence over those beneath them, which established at once despotic government and sectarian usurpation. Clergymen have been so long engaged in their profession, in perpetuating the primitive doctrines among the people, carefully preserving every mystery, and in establishing lines of demarcation between the good and evil in society, that the bright functions of reason in them have become completely beclouded, and they feel conscientiously employed, and impelled by a sense of duty to continue to promulgate their hereditary doctrines. Their conceptions of duty are at the present day molded in their profession. Hence the most brilliant mind, the most sensitive conscience, the most worthy man, is pursuing his profession under the deepest convictions of a mysterious duty enjoined upon him. They feel it impossible to be mistaken in their work. They feel that as the profession was established many centuries ago, it is no more than consistent with the highest reason that it should be perpetuated. Their interests consist in the prevalence of ignorance on psychological subjects. They are evidently conscious of this truth, for when a new discovery is presented which is unfavorable to their leading principles, they are impelled by a sense of duty and religious interest, to defend their profession against such an unholy invasion. It is with them as with the physician. All new systems in his profession, all new discoveries in newly invented medicines, he opposes, for these are against his interest and professional education. The success of any new medicine would reduce his practice, and conflict with his prejudices. So clergymen, in whatever situation they may be placed, are anxious that new discoveries in truth should not prevail, inasmuch as every new truth would convey a light into their midst, which would reveal the hideousness of their corruption and imbecility to a confiding world. Section 9. From the influence of such ignorant despotism, the world is thus disorganized, and existing amid conflicting elements of the most corroding and corrupting character. The clergy exert power over the prejudices of every society throughout the world. From the cradle their doctrines exert their influence, at youth they become enstamped, and at manhood the mind is hampered with a confirmed prejudice to some sectarian faith, and to some formal observance, barren of benevolence. The laborer, the mechanic, the tradesman, the lawyer, and the physician, are all under the immediate control of clerical influence, and all of them yield to this influence as slaves yield to the imperious commands of a potentate. Like the Medes and Persians with reference to their secular laws, they dare not move and raise their voice against the corrupting restrictions imposed by the clergyman. For an open denunciation of them, or a serious expression of a conviction of any new and higher truths, would bring down upon them the fearful threats of the religious profession, and it would not be long before the general prejudice would crush them to the earth. Let any man speak sentiments irresistibly received, derogatory to the religion of the world, and the whole clerical army would be arrayed against him. All sects would instantly combine their forces to repulse and crush the untrammeled mind. His voice would be hushed, his influence would be arrested, and his benevolent teachings overwhelmed in the clouds of ignorance and religious fanaticism. When the laborer is nourishing the vegetation, when he is engaged in beautifying the earth and perfecting the harvest, in short, when he is connected with the teachings of nature and her requirements, he conceives of a benevolent Creator, who is good unto all, and is no respecter of persons, and who, in his impartiality, has made the same provisions for the Christian, the laborer, and the cannibal. The experience of the poor man is more closely connected with truth than that of any other, because he is constantly associating his thoughts with nature, her laws, and her evident bestowments upon him. His convictions are irresistible when free from the clergyman's philosophy, or from any conventional doctrines. But when he leaves the field and turns to society, his better convictions are instantly crushed by the gloominess of the doctrines and impressions of the theological world. He is not only subject to all the vicissitudes of life, but to the contaminations of sectarian belief. And if his natural convictions are too strong for the admission of sectarian doctrines, the clergyman beholds him as an outcast, because he cannot believe his inconsistent teachings. Nay, the clergyman would smother what little hope he has derived from reason, and throw him and his family into consternation and despair. Being impelled by interest, the clergyman seeks the laborer, and endeavors to rescue his blemished soul from ultimate destruction. He first tells the man to believe. He questions the faith presented. He is told it is a sin to employ his carnal reason on such a subject. He inquires what to believe. The clergyman presents to his mind a profound mystery, not surpassed by the invention of the Chaldeans or of the priests of the Juggernaut. He discovers he cannot believe. Then the clergyman's hope for his salvation is lost. He utters a drawling invocation for the lost soul, and, for the especial consolation of himself and family, deliberately consigns him to an inviting gulf of unending torment. Clergyman, see what you have done, and behold your iniquity. The man you have visited was unsophisticated by the corruptions of sectarianism. He enjoyed his communions with nature, for in her he saw the smiles of a divine Creator. But now he hesitates whether to return to his field of pleasure, or seek the dens of iniquity to smother his disconsolation. Behold, you have driven him to desperation. He no longer loves his neighbor, his family, or his nation. With indignation he curses the earth which gave him life, and the God who exposed him to such fearful destruction. He curses nature, man, and heaven, for all appear dark, and inconsistent with what you have called divine revelation. See, then, how he flies for refuge to the alehouse. And now his joys and sorrows are lost in a stupor, while his body is obstructing the wayside. His joys are buried in intoxication. His despair is drowned in insensibility. His physical energies are lost, his forces are expended. He has violated every law of his being, and now, writhing in pain, he breathes out a curse on society, and dies in degradation. His family are all infected with the epidemic, and they, too, are distributed in the asylum, in the prison, and in the grave. Such examples have existed in every generation. And who has caused this misfortune, and destroyed the natural enjoyments justly belonging to this family in common with all men? The mechanic, being engaged in his occupation, cannot devote his thoughts to the various causes existing in society that oppose his happiness and contentment. So he labors intensely during the week, deserts his business, which has become disgusting, and seeks the sanctuary, to gain if possible some consolation to relieve his anxieties and bless his existence. He is led by the clergy, and dares not to think or speak that which they do not sanction. The minds of mechanics are generally enlightened concerning the rudimental principles of nature and of mechanism, but they reason not concerning the theology of their forefathers. They are submissive to sectarian restrictions, and are thus a mentally enslaved though a worthy class in society. The tradesman is obliged to lull the admonitions of his conscience into silence during the days of his business, for then he is compelled by interest to invent all manner of deception in order to succeed in his occupation. Certainly he violates his duty by following his interests. He darkens his judgment by intensity of application. He, however, can arouse his slumbering conscience when he enters the sanctuary, and drink in every agreeable expression from the clergyman that would heal his wounded conscience and encourage him to proceed in his business. The tradesman also contributes liberally to the support of local sectarianism, and this secures him a high seat in the synagogue, and he is generally considered as one of the elect. This, however, is a matter of suspicion in his own mind, and even the clergyman dares not reveal his deepest doubts. The clergyman is thus obliged to deceive those who hear him, merely that he may be sustained in his occupation. And so long as he can procure submissive converts to the mysteries which he promulgates, he is pleased, for this is one of the manifestations the world requires of religious purity and prospective salvation. Men go to church with their interests closed and their reason open. They hear good and practical principles taught, and admire them. They are told to love their neighbor, and do unto others as they desire others to do unto them. These are good and moral principles, and men admire them. But let them return to their business, and they find those principles impracticable, for they remember the maxim of early tradesmen, that he who is honest cannot succeed. Hence mechanics, tradesmen, and lawyers admire and preserve those moral teachings in theory, but continue the old maxim in practice. Thus clergymen teach that which is good occasionally, but not that which is practicable. They tell what men should do with an eye to their profession, but are not willing to follow their own advice. They will encourage the laborer, but shun labor. They encourage me mechanic, but have no sympathy for his occupation. They advise the tradesman, but assist not in reforming his unholy situation. They sanction the legal profession, but are deeply convinced of the vitiated practice. They admonish among themselves, and sometimes disagree, but they are careful to preserve their profession by strenuously opposing the light of knowledge. They fear the electric fire of intelligence, and shrink from its penetration. They are conscious of their misty foundation, and of the innate barrenness of their system. Hence the torch of wisdom is too bright, and the benevolence of the human heart is too expansive, for their contracted systems of religion. Section 10. Clergymen are exceedingly unfortunately situated. They deserve the sympathies of the whole world, while their occupation should be changed as soon as possible. And their influence should be tending to wisdom rather than ignorance, to benevolence rather than restriction, to light rather than darkness, to nature rather than a book, and to God rather than the devil, who is at the present day one of the most important personages engaged in sustaining and protecting their tottering systems against the invasions of natural morality and human intelligence. Clergymen have manufactured a theology whose author is a God of inconceivable attributes, yet which are beneath the natural characteristics of man. The God whom they have invented is only a huge human potentate, who is susceptible to pain and pleasure, to impulse and reason, to justice and injustice, to exclusiveness and benevolence. The devil whom they have manufactured is no less human except in his anatomy. His passions are as strong as their gods, his reason and ingenuity are transcending, and his influence over the human race is far more potent. While the administration is divided between them, the devil's is the greater, for the majority of mankind are supposed to court his presence, and finally to animate his illuminated abode. Here, then, are the creations of man, a God after his own image, a devil after his own likeness, a theology after his own interest, and a system of practice after his own prejudices. Clergymen feel interested in the restriction and suppression of thought, and in order to defend themselves against it, they call their devil to their immediate assistance. And by his influence the voice of reason is hushed, their sanctuaries are filled, their financial departments are supplied, and their profession is thrown into a flourishing condition. Can you not, reader, perceive that you are compelled to love their God because you are frightened by their devil? Can you not see that your love is born of hate, and fear, and a mysterious consternation? Can you not see that your thoughts are crushed, and that the exercise of your reason is prohibited because it is called carnal by the clergyman? Do you not see that it is their interest that prompts them to restrict the spontaneous aspirations of your bosom for communion with nature in heaven? Do you not see that the clergy are immorally situated, notwithstanding they profess the highest morality and the highest spiritual enlightenment? Reader, your interest consists in the free exercise of your moral and intellectual endowments, in unrestricted inquiry and unceasing intellectual progress. Your happiness consists in the light, and unity, and happiness, of the whole world. Your interest consists in being free as the mountain air, and being as free to utter thoughts as the sun is to bless the vegetation of the earth. Your interests, then, are opposed to the interests of the clergyman, for he restricts your inquiries, and strives to crush the spontaneous aspirations of your benevolence. He tells you must believe and move in the circle which he has marked out. That circle is a mere denomination, characterized by local hostility, apparent purity, and corrupting prejudices. He binds you within that circle with the chains of sectarianism, which he locks with the key of fear, and attaches to a monument of imagination. That circle is walled about with prejudice, ecclesiastical tyranny, oppression, and despotism. Only one gate is open through which an escape may be effected, and there is stationed the devil. He frowns as you approach, and you fly to the sanctuary and the shepherd for protection. Reader, your interests are without, the clergyman's interests are within. It is with you and your convictions to decide whether a sectarian bondage shall oppress the freeborn mind, or whether knowledge and universal happiness shall bless the earth. But there is one great consolation for the enslaved mind who ventures to escape through the gate of this great sectarian wall and city, and to enjoy this consolation, remember that the chain which binds you, with its lock, is only ear, the monument only imagination, and the satanic gatekeeper only a sectarian phantom. Nothing, then, prevents your escape. Press onward. And after you have gained the field of nature, raise your thoughts to him whose essence is love, and whose wisdom is universal justice, benevolence, and reciprocation. Clerical and sectarian despotism encompasses the inhabitants of the earth. Like a mantle it extends over all nations, and thus the world is in bondage, not knowing the kingdom of heaven, which is peace on earth and goodwill to men. Prejudices are so enstamped upon every being that the world is in a confused condition. Men approach each other only as their prejudices coalesce. This is following too much the inclinations of the body, and not the directions of the intellect. All evil sprang from a source intimately connected with the influence of chieftains and religious potentates. And these are still sustaining and modifying this evil, and consolidating it in different degrees in every portion of the earth. Men are self-deceived. They first admit, through fear, the teachings of their chieftain, potentate, or clergyman, and finally cherish the faith which they have adopted with great affection, and are ready at all times to defend it by bitter anathemas and unholy denunciations of their neighbors. Men are first deceived, and then delight, as it were, in conscientiously deceiving others. After they have admitted a faith, whether congenial with their reason or not, they feel anxious to sustain what they have adopted. Hence there exist in society religious strife, contention, and prejudice. Every nation has all these combined, and they are manifested whenever approached or invaded by an antagonism. Section 11. Reader, suppose yourself among the followers of Muhammad. Wander forth into the desert, and there lift your voice against the Quran. If you wish to see the sectarian genius, just utter these words, I disbelieve the Quran, and behold in the distance a dark and fearful cloud, from which is emerging a chariot drawn by infuriated steeds, and in which is seated a huge, gigantic form, whose countenance is as black as midnight, and whose garments are the wealth of nations. See! It approaches with a frightful speed. By its side is seated a darling child whose name is Ignorance, and on the brow of that huge monster is written in characters of fire, Mohammedanism. It rushes by, bearing down nations in its course. War and persecution are its attendants, and misery, desolation, and ruin complete the train, while over the whole is waving the flag of fanaticism, and beneath, blood is as a river. That form has departed. The desert is clear, and you are deserted. Reader, meditate upon the cause of all this, and give forth your convictions to the world. Was it not by denouncing the Quran that you excited the prejudices of the nation, which in return breathed wrath, ruin, and indignation? And was not that prejudice an attribute of the great genius of sectarianism, established and sustained by a religious chieftain? Did you not see how earnestly the nation engaged in crushing and arresting your thoughts? And was not this because they considered you an enemy to what they call truth and religion? Think of these causes, and let reason display her verdict to the world. But you forget, reader, that you are a Christian, or a resident of a Christian land, where the inhabitants are civilized, where the true religion exists, where such fanaticism cannot be, and where such ruin, dismay, and prejudice cannot possibly exist. You are convinced of this, and to demonstrate its truth, go forth into the fields of science and knowledge spread before you. Drink in the streams of knowledge that are springing up about you in every direction. Supply every natural want, every passion for which food is there offered, and now open your mouth and utter these words: I believe not the theology of the land, and behold in the distance an army of infuriated and exasperated clergymen, armed with spears of indignation and battle axes of Christian purity. Their steps are hurried, their movements confused, and their countenances darkened with fear, while their mouths proclaim, think no evil. See how they march and erect a battery of commentaries, and prepare for battle. How strange that every one is armed so differently. Each one has his peculiar mode and plan of fighting, yet they all combine and are arrayed against you. Behold again. Just as they were prepared to demolish you and your thoughts, a disturbance sprang up in their midst, and see what a wretched confusion is presented. Instead of fighting you, they are quarreling and fighting with each other, and what is stranger than all is that their firearms do not perform their office. Now they are again at peace in those portions where the confusion was created, and they are again prepared to fire a volley upon you. Alas for your reputation, your happiness, your life! For now the torch is at the priming. Now is the explosion, and where are you? You are now recovered from your consternation, and you perceive that the whole fire, and all the opposition, is only a cloud of dense and disgusting smoke, and not a shot has done execution. Every cannon of wrath and spear of destruction was pointed at your person, reputation, and life, and is it not strange that you are not destroyed? Meditate. Now the reason appears plain: they had powder, but no balls. Your destruction was doubtful to them, and they began to quarrel among themselves. And you perceive that notwithstanding everything was aimed at your breast, nothing has harmed you, for you are immortal. Their battery was destroyed by its own explosion, and what before was war and contention, is now the remains of that old corrupt sectarianism, which you may deposit in the grave of fanaticism, and erect over it a monument of ignorance to be interrogated by generations yet unborn. The war is over, you have fought the good fight, you stood alone, and are unharmed. And now that all is clear, and the fields of science and knowledge are blooming before you with beauty and living happiness, you can repose and contemplate the strength of that power which preserved you. You now perceive on reflection that you were clothed with a garment through which their spears and bolts of sectarianism could not enter. What was that garment? Reader, with delight you exclaim, it was immortal truth. A religious strife and party antagonism has pervaded the earth ever since the early stages of the human race, and each successive generation has only modified and confirmed the previous doctrines, until at the present day there exists a universal discord. This discord is owing to the promulgation of doctrines heretofore conceived, to the exclusion of all others, or of new truths that would enlighten the world. Among the early nations a distinction of classes was made by those who directed their religious sentiments and governed their thoughts. These were chieftains, who were supposed to exert a mysterious influence over the subjects under their respective dominions. In all ages and countries this sectarian distinction has been the most prominent feature in society, and this is at the present day engendering new and more corrupting prejudices. And all this is the work of popes, bishops, rulers, and clergymen. Some men have conceived that it is their privilege to exercise their reason, and believe whatever it sanctions, but those who have conceived this truth are compelled to smother it for the want of an atmosphere of light and liberty. Such men are also compelled to arrest their thoughts, and confine their influence to a limited circle, because sectarian hostility and local prejudices cloud the atmosphere of free thought, and render their existence dark, dreary, and uncongenial. There are nations upon the earth so shackled with the chains of sectarianism imposed by religious and despotic governors, that they are obliged to think only what their priests permit, and thus are slaves to religious tyranny and fanaticism. No one among them dares to express the deepest convictions of his judgment, for before him is erected the fearful prison, the rack, and the stake, around which consuming flames are created, to compel submission and arrest the thoughts of his freeborn mind. Inquisitions, then, are recognized as a form of converting souls to religion and love to one another. It is known that in generations past these inhuman tortures were imposed by apostle-endowed chieftains, whose business it was to rule the people and compel submission, if not by enslaving mandates, then more effectually by the rack or the boiling cauldron. It is certainly not natural for the human mind to be converted to religion by lacerating and disorganizing the body, much less to be made to love the Pope and his commands by being burned or boiled into submission. Section 12. The Mussulman is seriously devoted to the teachings of his chieftain, and deliberately denounces all dissenters as infidels and unconverted beings. He has a prophet whose life is clothed with miracles, whose teachings are unsurpassed for mystery, and whose whole career has never been equaled. The Mussulman can appeal to the miraculous power of Muhammad, and on its authority he demands conviction and faith from others. He tells you that his inspired lawgiver traversed the sun and its brilliant atmosphere without casting a shadow, and deliberately separated the moon with a knife, and traversed 90 heavens in one night, on an animal that was one half woman and one half horse. The Mussulman will tell you that you must visit Mecca once in your life, give 1/10 of all you have to the priest, and that by so doing you will escape an ocean of inconceivable flames, by passing over an enormous bridge, whose immensity almost exceeds that of one human hair. And that thus you will finally dwell in heaven forever, where all good Mussulman will preserve an eternal youth. No miracles can be more inexplicable than these, none more inconsistent with the laws of nature, and, reader, you do not believe them, for they are written in the Quran by Muhammad, and in the productions of his followers. But remember, you have also a book that proclaims mysteries almost as inconsistent, and them you believe. Reflect one moment, and you will discover that the Mussulman disbelieves the claims of your religion, and its miracles, because it is written in the Bible, and that by authors unknown. The Mussulman calls you an infidel dog with great self-complacency, and with a serious approbation of conscience, while you reciprocate the favor by calling him an ignorant Arab, having no hope or light in the world. But the convictions of the Mohammedan, the Chaldean, the Persian, and the Christian, are all derived only from hereditary impressions, and from circumstances not worthy of distinct veneration, or of exclusive sectarian faith. All are seriously convinced, and all are as seriously deceived. War, and bloodshed, and cruelty, and persecution, are all the legitimate effects of sectarian usurpation and priestly government. Clergymen are indeed most unrighteously situated. Their influence is corrupting to the morals established immutably in nature, and the distributive benevolence contained in the constitution of nature's God. Men who are laboring to reform the race by destroying all sectarian distinction, are sanctimoniously opposed by the theological shepherds of the land, who profess to be teachers of the highest morality, and advocates of the most universal reformation. Let one free mind express his convictions, and the clergy of the land piously denounce him as an infidel dog, the same as the Mussulman would denounce the clergy. Inconsistent indeed are the social and general conflicts arising from sectarianism, with the teachings of nature and her divine requirements. For the clergy teach that exclusiveness whereby sectarianism is preserved, and religious hostility is engendered, whose fruits are local disunity and social confusion. Even domestic happiness is turned to misery, and the affections of parents and children, and brothers and sisters, are all crushed and disunited. They no longer love each other, for the clergy have made them bigots. Reader, have you a companion? If so, when the day arrives to visit the sanctuary, do you not, after having enjoyed years of social bliss and domestic happiness, walk side by side from your dwelling, and separate on the corner of some highway, and go to different temples of worship? Are you not united at your peaceful homes, and in everything but the religious impressions of your youth, and their confirmations to your minds? Do you not separate and seek different modes and sanctuaries of worship? At the same time, do you not withdraw friendship and affection from each other, and are you not in your spiritual predilections disunited by a wall of partition built by the sectarianism of the land? And was not that wall established by the clerical profession? And have they not told you that you should forsake each other, your homes, your country, your companions and children, for the sake of a more strict devotion to what they teach you to consider as a holy and righteous life? Families should be as one in their search after truth, and their obedience to the morality of nature, but instead of this, families are fearing to approach each other, because of their religious convictions. The son, surrounded by different circumstances from those surrounding the father, is impressed with a different religious doctrine, and therefore a dread of the presence of each other is created between them, and they are no longer congenial or affectionate. The mother, too, is opposed to the father, and the daughters are in like manner thrown into confusion, and no longer love each other with the same strength of affection that previously bound them in peace together. Society is thus disorganized, both in its general and particular departments. The corrupting influence of clergymen extends to families, to all the professions of the day, and to all the governments, and consequently the whole race is as a flock of sheep whose direction is undefined and whose relations are no longer congenial. This condition of society will exist so long as the clergyman's interest consists in the prevalence of ignorance on psychological subjects, and the general testimonies of nature. Their interests must be changed so as to be in favor of knowledge and intellectual progression. Their influence will then be elevating, and their position in society will be both useful and industrial. They must be made to feel the importance of unrestricted inquiry into the causes of evil, and of a general investigation of all principles that govern nature and man with an unerring government. They must understand and cherish those principles, and apply their teachings to the necessities of society, and thereby establish a morality that is as indestructible as the laws that govern the universe. Thus they will improve the race, and this will bring happiness and peace. Section 13. What is the cause of the ignorance that shrouds the world? The barbarous despotism that exists among the nations? The war, bloodshed, persecutions, and intolerance that have existed in every empire and portion of the earth? For what purpose was the dungeon established, the rack constructed, and the stake in flame invented? What is the cause of the religious wars, and tumults, and contentions that have so sorely afflicted the nations in every age and generation? What is the cause of cities, once well constructed and beautiful, and displaying all the splendor and wealth of the land, now lying in desolation? Why is it that where once throbbed the cheerful heart, and where was heard the sweet voice of affection and friendship, are now heard only the hideous yells of the beasts of the forest? Why is it that where all was once beauty, opulence, and splendor, is now a mass of ruins, inhabited only by the reptile and other forms that disgust the human eye? What is the cause of vast empires, after being established and living in abundance for a while, sinking to be known no more except as the cold steel of the long-forgotten warrior, or the spear of some infuriated potentate is exhumed from among the ruins? What is the cause of the expedition of the Israelites, and of the laws given by Moses in the mount? Of the unalterable laws of the Medes and Persians? Of the worship of the sun and of the juggernaut? Of the origin of Catholicism and of Protestantism, which at the present day are exercising their omnipotency over the societies and nations under their respective influences? What is the cause of all this dissimilarity, this confusion, war, persecution, fanaticism, and religious intolerance? What is the cause of even families separating, and their members despising each other? What is the cause of poverty, of vice, and of all infractions upon the physical and moral laws of human nature? What is the cause of aristocracy, and pride, and arrogance? What is the cause of the fiendish exaltations of one man or one sect over the destruction or unsuccess of another? What is the cause of your prejudices, and why do you tremble and shrink from investigation? Reader, speak and proclaim the causes of these. Fear the frown of no legal practitioner. Smile at the stake in flame. Face the rack unmoved, fear not the rod of persecution, for truth and purity will protect you. Speak boldly and fearlessly your earnest and serious convictions, and nature will smile upon you with her divine approbations, the angels will rejoice, and the divine mind will bless your mind with celestial knowledge. Fear no clerical practitioner, for they, like the physician and lawyer, have various modes of practicing, for although he may be well versed in the learning of his profession, he cannot quell the testimonies of a divine nature, or the corresponding convictions of a noble mind. The clergyman may become more devoted to his denomination, and assume a more sanctimonious countenance, but, reader, remember that the external is not the reality, and that the inside of the platter may be full of extortion and excess. New councils may be organized, and new conventions called. Fearful resolutions may be passed, and solemn prayers may be offered for your destruction, and also your salvation. But remember those prayers are sometimes the spontaneous desires of misdirected passion. And, moreover, remember that homage is done to the divine mind, not in prayer and unmeaning supplication, but in harmonious industry and universal action. Theory may be the profession of some, but practice must be the manifestation of all. Search well, therefore, into the causes of these evils, and after the investigation is completed, ask those religious teachers who piously oppose you, whether sectarian despotism and prejudice have not shrouded the race as a veil of covering cast over all nations? And then tell him that the covering is now removed, and that you see the corruptions of the whole world. Know no fear, no doubt, but press onward and search the field of science and the unerring book of nature. And let this one thing be your consolation and your hope, that the tide of intelligence is rising, and is flowing to and over all nations, even as an immense ocean of truth and knowledge. It will flow on to its destined universality, and remember ITEBB is not again. The lines of sectarian distinction are so visibly drawn in families, societies, states, and nations, that the whole world cannot fail to perceive them, and freely admit their deleterious and corroding influence upon true and divine morality. Nation wars with nation, and one subdues the other and confiscates its most precious wealth, such as gives to nations honor, and to their cities elegance and beauty. And the destruction by one nation of the wealth and existence of another, is from the impulse of local prejudice and religious usurpation. So likewise is society divided into castes, groups, exclusive sects, denominations, and institutions, all of which inculcate different principles of faith and morality. The influence of these extends also into the bosom of families and divides their members one from another. All of these national wars have sprung legitimately from local impressions disseminated by the clerical profession. These various sects and institutions in society are also living offspring of the same parent, for each one of them is an open expression of sectarian affection, and love of party distinction and aristocracy. Ask the poor man whether the sympathies of the higher classes are extended to him in his inferior condition. Ask the traveler who has deserted friends and home, whether he meets with sympathy in society, or finds a general willingness to supply his wants. And ask the mechanic, also, whether he can move in the higher circles, or whether they descend to and favor him with their smiles and approbation. Or whether he is not rather shunned and unnoticed by him who has his footmen in livery, and whose coffers are filled with the products of the laborers' and mechanics' industry. In the present order of things, one man desires to gain, if possible, the ascendancy over his neighbor. He desires to display more dignity, and to accumulate more wealth, so that he, thus defended against poverty, may look down upon him who labors with a species of triumphant exultation not worthy of an existence in the human breast. Section 14. In every nation, there exists to some degree the same exclusiveness and the same depression and bondage. This exclusive, sectarian, and prejudicial feeling is created by the clerical practitioners, for they preach the doctrines of partiality even in the nature of the divine mind. They, with an audacity unparalleled, call a class of their brethren sinners while those under their immediate influence are esteemed as the righteous or the elect. They have established two distinct classes in society, which they call good and evil. Those who are good, in their sight, are admonished to spurn the evil and degraded, and to leave them to their sinks of desolation. Thus he who is called evil becomes exasperated, and, for the sake of retaliation, seeks an unrestrained indulgence in his own animal inclinations. Thus a distinction is created by the clergy, the influence of which fills the prison, and gives employment to the legal profession and to the hangman. It also establishes prostitution, fills the almshouse and the asylum, casts the poor upon society uncared for, causes them to forsake their home and friends, and go down to the grave through the paths of misery, despair, and intoxication. Clergymen create this distinction. They draw a line between good and evil, and, with an apostolic license, consign one class to the regions of darkness, wretchedness, and pain, while the other is elevated to the highest seat in the celestial heaven, to have their enjoyments enhanced by contemplating the miseries of damned souls. So long as there exists a sectarian distinction between good and evil, so long will war, persecution, ignorance, vice, misery, and degradation exist. Meanwhile there will be the self-righteous, the self-sanctified, the born-again, and the religious hypocrite, whose imperfections will be obscured from the gaze of natural eyes by a cloak of gorgeous wealth and pretended piety. So long as sectarian interpretations are confided in, so long will governments continue to be exclusive in their enactments and privileges. And with them the church will coalesce, and thus confirm a most unrighteous despotism which will enslave and corrupt the morals of society, and misery will everywhere raise her hideous head, weeping in anguish unutterable. Party prejudice and isolated denominations will remain and enslave society so long as the clergyman's interest tells him to preserve ignorance and repress the light of knowledge. A latent cupidity is generated by their profession, which penetrates through all the recesses of society and pervades the whole nation. Nay, it is self and universally deceptive. And this, too, is the offspring of clerical policy, and the firstborn of ignorance and hypocrisy. Most deplorable is the state of society all over the world. Every home is desolate of that pure morality which recognizes all as brethren, and barren of those elevating principles which are taught by nature as the laws of God. Every denomination knows that its own doctrines are right, and each one is earnestly engaged in denouncing and exposing others, and thus strife and sectarian warfare are perpetuated. And who are the champions of the battle? Are they not the theological gladiators, who exert an influence on your minds and affections while claiming to be teachers of peace and divine purity? Are these not the shepherds of the land, whose flocks are the societies over which they preside? But alas! The flock is sheared of their wealth and the fruits of their industry, and that, too, to support an army of useless and injurious persons in splendor and elegance. For such men are useless in their present occupation, even injurious to the peace and health of community. How much therefore do they need the sympathies of the world, who at the same time should strive to change their situations and render them useful to the human race? So long as clergymen preach distinction, so long will vice exist, and so long as they array the mind of the community against the free exercise of the mental faculties, so long will prejudice remain, and mankind will continue to despise and abhor each other. So long as men presume to say, I am holier than thou, so long will bigotry and fanaticism continue to destroy the happiness of mankind. So long as clergymen continue to say, with their usual application of the language, the good shall be on the right, and the evil upon the left, so long will a corruption continue to prevail in society, and so long will local hostility clothe the beauties of nature with blood and carnage. So long as men preach truths and not practice or assist others to practice them, so long will there exist a degeneracy in the moral condition of the race which all preachers and systems cannot regenerate and make perfect. As society is existing, it is impossible for a man duly to love his neighbor, or to feel an interest in the universal elevation of the race. Nor can one do unto others as he would have others do unto him, for every law and sectarian doctrine opposes, and therefore the interest of every man is in direct opposition to such a manifestation of benevolence. Men may preach to the race and exhort them all to be happy, while they do nothing to accomplish this end, and while it is plain that every circumstance opposes such a universal peace. But as well might the clergy preach to the great river with the intention of arresting its tide or changing its course, or to the vegetation of the earth, that it may come forth in all seasons and under all circumstances alike, or tell the black man that it is with him to say whether his color shall remain as it is, or whether he shall become white, or tell the poor man that he may be wealthy at pleasure, or the rich man that he may be good or evil at will. In all of these teachings the clergyman would fail to accomplish the thing for which he labored. For it is impossible for men to be moral and good when all influences are corrupting and vitiating, or for men to be evil when all influences are elevating and purifying. Nay, clergymen should learn this truth, that mankind cannot be what they would at pleasure, in any possible particular, for they are existing from birth to the grave amid uncontrollable circumstances, such as are being created by every profession, every government, and every hereditary impression upon the physical and mental constitution of man. Moreover, clergymen must learn that these circumstances, which govern the world, are the creations of man, and that he possesses power to seal their everlasting destruction, and to create superior ones in their stead, to bless his existence. Therefore it is more than folly to proclaim that which is absolutely impracticable, from the pulpit to a race misled by the circumstances of their own creation. Men should not cherish prejudices against each other, so long as the sun shines to bless the earth and all men, and while the laws of nature are unchangeable and ever impartial in their displays. Section 15. One portion of the earth is called a Christian land. It is thought to be blessed with celestial truths that no other country enjoys, and this is the constant saying of those who are most engaged in the promulgation of sectarian doctrines. But, reader, in this Christian land exists error consolidated and sublimated, and there is also inherent hostility that would burst out and flow over the nation were it not for the freedom guaranteed to the public mind, and the political privilege of unrestricted thought. These considerations are startling, but they are true, and are evidently demonstrated in every department of society in that civilized land. A more conspicuous manifestation of intolerance is yet to come, for behold yon chapel, and enter it, and listen to what is said. Every seat is filled, and all look to the pulpit with emotions of awe and fear. All are silent, and each one is seemingly in deep meditation. Just now one arises and remarks to the audience as follows. Perhaps many of you have heard of the audacity and boasting presumption of one in our community who has professed to work miracles, and to reveal truths which we know are false and damning, etc. Reader, this man is followed by another man by his side, whose looks indicate age, and countenance erudition. His deportment reveals his superficial enlightenment, and his general appearance bespeaks devotion and seriousness. He now addresses the audience, saying, "Many of you, my beloved, have read and heard it said, that in the last days false prophets will arise, that they will be as wolves in sheep's clothing, professing to do many marvelous things, thereby endeavoring to corrupt the people of God. Lately such a one has appeared. He is sowing the seeds of disunity, corruption, and infidelity in the world, and it becomes us as Christians and righteous men to spurn this teacher, and reject all disseminators of his errors, from our tables of communion and from a seat in our sanctuary. For, my beloved, it is written that false Christs and false prophets shall arise and show great signs and miracles, insomuch that, if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect." My beloved friends, how strikingly the prophecy is fulfilled even at this day, among us. Let us strenuously oppose the invasions of all such anti-Christian principles, by meeting frequently, and invoking the strength of our God, who will visit such deceivers with a consuming vengeance. And let us repulse this man's sayings from our families, lest they pollute the rising generation, and thus damn their souls forever. Reader, this speaker has concluded, and is again seated. And now do you see the audience delighting and exulting among themselves that they have overcome the spirit of the evil one? See with what an air of circumspection they arise and depart. They approach their homes and retire, each having a misty impression upon his mind, the cause of which he perceives not, and is thus deceived. Believing that their devotion to the teachings of their clergyman is purity and safety of soul, and believing that what they have heard is all truth, they are hence afraid to see what their clergyman denounces as error. Such are and will be the manifestations of clerical influence in this Christian land. Certainly if it were not distinguished by the term Christian, no one would suspect it of Christianity. So indeed it is with those who are converted to any sectarian faith. They call themselves righteous, and were it not for this expression, their nearest neighbors would have no knowledge of their righteousness. In almost every instance, the most safely converted are obliged to tell the fact before a person in community is aware of it. Is it not strange that men are born again so mysteriously, and yet their friends discover no visible change in their deportment? Then what are men converted to? It is to sectarian prejudices, to a mysterious faith, to an undefinable impression, and to an open enmity to their unconverted brother without the denomination of which they are members. They are converts to sectarianism, then, and not to divine morality, converts to prejudice, and not to the free and unrestrained exercise of the spiritual faculties, converts to exclusiveness, and not to universal benevolence, converts to a mysterious faith, and not to the open revealments of nature, which is an expressed thought of the deity. Men are thus self-deceived, and they are constantly suspecting others of practicing deception. They perceive that they are constantly being deceived themselves, and hence are compelled to deceive others. Such men often become misanthropists, and ultimately forsake society, because they are suspicious of its purity and disgusted with its conflicting elements. Clergymen, what are the causes engaged in producing and perpetuating these things? What are the causes of evangelical distinctions, and the belief that one is evil and the other is good? What are the causes of these disunities in society? What were the causes of the crucifixion, the Inquisition, the Crusades, and of the martyrdom of good and enlightened men? What were the causes of the massacre of St. Bartholomew? What are the causes of war, devastation, and national poverty? Why do men in each nation love their own local associations and despise all others? Why are vice and misery existing? And why are ignorance, prejudice, and restriction of thought? Why are you, clergymen, fearing that the carnal reason will discover too much truth? Why do you admonish your hearers not to think or read much on subjects of a high and elevating character? Clergymen, consider these interrogatories. Remember the world requires a full and candid decision, and remember, too, that language is inadequate to express the importance of these questions, and their answers. If you do not candidly decipher the world will for you ere long, and then your situations will be changed, your influence will be arrested, and your personal existence is made useful. And then if you will not cheerfully consent to be happy, you will be compelled to breathe happiness, by your unceasing industry, to the inhabitants of the whole earth. Section 16. If what, you exclaim, would you have us abandon our spiritual efforts to elevate the degraded, and to reform a sinful race? Would you have us withdraw our sympathies from this great work of spiritual reformation, and desert the requirements of men, that they may become more evil and contaminated? Would you have us desert our sanctuaries and temples of holy worship, consecrated to God and His divine revelation, and open the floodgates of infidelity, that this may drown the religious world and desolate the earth? Would you have us sanction unrestricted investigation concerning that of which men are ignorant, the effect of which would be universal presumption and blasphemy? Would you have us arrest our benign labors in the great spiritual vineyard, and leave all the vines, and flowers, and shrubbery, to wither and decay? Have we not visited the widows and fatherless in their afflictions, shed tears over and prayed for them, invoking the blessings of our Father to rest upon them and bless their existence? Have we not mourned for the condition of the poor and necessitated? Have we not encouraged them by offering the balm of Gilead to their wounded and lacerated bosoms? Have we not proclaimed from our pulpits, one blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall see God? Have we not offered hope, and rest, and consolation, to the barren bosom? Have we not unfolded the blessings of heavenly bliss, and specifically pointed out the straight and narrow way that leads unto eternal life? Behold these things, you again exclaim, and ask, are we not most impiously misrepresented? For our labors have been unceasing, we have suffered deprivations and perils by sea and land. We have deserted our friends and homes, and traveled as missionaries to foreign lands, to instruct and inform the poor heathen of his imminent danger, and of the means to escape it. We have made an estimate of the saved and lost souls among them. We have come to the conclusion that 50,000 are sinking to hell every day. This mathematical calculation we have presented to an enlightened and Christianized world, and called upon them to bestow means for our support, that we may labor for these poor, ignorant, and abandoned souls. We have missionaries distributed in every portion of the earth, seriously and incessantly devoted to their appointed labors. They suffer cruelties and persecutions of the most inexpressible character. They forego all pleasure and experience all pain, that they may accomplish the great work of spiritual reformation. With surprise you again exclaim, would you have us withdraw our sympathies from the heathen, and leave them to irretrievable destruction? Then, again, you say, you misunderstand our holy religion, and call it manufactured? While we know it is an express revelation from God to man. The effects of our holy religion, as you informed your readers, are evidently righteous, from the great dissimilarity between the heathen and Christian nations. The Hindus are exceedingly ignorant. They have long pilgrimages, they expose themselves to imminent danger, prostrate themselves in the sand, and let men and horses walk over them. They crawl upon their hands and knees, and draw themselves, with the most idolatrous veneration, toward the temple of Juggernaut. The ponderous car of their heathen god rolls over and crushes their bodies. They undergo all this with a confidence in, and devotion to, their religion, unparalleled by any nation upon the earth. And when a loved husband dies, an altar is erected, on which he is placed, and the widow is obliged to accompany the dead body as a sacrifice on the burning pile. The babes are placed with their parents, the torch is applied, and the consuming flame destroys the living with the dead. And all this because they have not the Christian religion. Then, you say again, reflect, for the whole heathen world are like these in their sensuous devotion to a polluted and unmeaning system of idolatry. You also refer to the heathen philosophers, and point out their infamous iniquities. You represent that their morals were debasing to the lowest degree, that all principles of virtue were crushed, that all privileges enjoyed by the female sex were restricted, that their chastity was polluted, and their existence rendered miserable. You say that no teacher ever lived who promulgated the same morality, virtue, and high principles of celestial purity, as those who penned the book whose truths you proclaim from your pulpits and in your sanctuaries of divine worship and moral instruction. Again, you say, our labors are misinterpreted, and our high calling improperly spoken of, for behold what our religion has done. On emerging from the heathen into the Christian world, we perceive wealth, wisdom, and happiness, distributed in every direction. Well-constructed and opulent cities, governed by our principles of morality, are visible, and happy villages are blessing the land, whose lofty spires bespeak Christian purity and a righteous nation. Every art is cultivated, every privilege is granted tending to advance the agriculturist in his pursuits, every facility is offered for establishing and perfecting navigation of all descriptions, and all modes of expedite travel. Every man has the freedom of his own mind, thoughts, and sentiments, except the black man, who is in slavery, because slavery is sanctioned by our religion. And behold the wealth and prosperity of the American nation. Everything in its possession has flourished from the beginning, and continues to thrive, with all the blessings a nation can desire. See, then, what our religion, our principles, our high calling, has done for the civilized nations of the earth. And in view of all this, you rise in rebellion against our efforts and our profession. You misinterpret our most holy intentions, our deepest yearnings, and our serious devotion to the principles of morality and of human improvement. The voice of nature replies, abandon your present, but establish new efforts, whereby the social world may harmonize, and morality bloom as a rose, from the superior situations of mankind. Do not cultivate the flower of morality, before you have planted the seed of human industry. Do not begin at the top of a building, before you have laid its foundation in the earth. Open the floodgates of infidelity to all the useless and unrighteous professions of the age, and thereby establish a fidelity to the indestructible laws of nature, and to her divine morality. Cease your mourning for the widow and the fatherless, and go forth and labor to supply their necessities. Cease your long and unmeaning prayers and invocations, and honor the God of your being by laboring in the vineyard of a fertile earth, and thereby bless your own and your neighbor's existence, with abundance and happiness. An instance cannot be shown in which a sigh has healed the injured breast, or a prayer has given food to the hungry. Brethren, you mean well, but your labors are useless and impoverishing to the human race. You repose unlimited confidence in the divine mind and his providence toward his creatures, and you are anxious to have your Father in heaven do that which you can do yourselves. You call for assistance when you are depressed with the afflictions of those around you. Your supplications are pure, but alas, they are unavailing, because, clergymen, though you are seriously, you are immorally employed. Section 17. Moreover, learn this truth, that morality is not in your systems of religion, but is immovably established in nature and in man, and if you desire to elevate the race, strive to establish conditions adapted to its proper development. Verbal prayers are insignificant, ineffectual, and unprofitable. But every true and righteous prayer consists in an unchanging devotion to the principles of nature, and the teachings of a benevolent Father. Then pray in action and in deed, but not with your tongue, though seriousness may prompt the utterance. Be religiously devoted to practice, and not to theory. Tell no more what men should do, but go forth and assist them to do it. The voice of nature replies again, that your system and profession are not misrepresented, for in them are concealed the elements of evil and disunity. For behold how much the more devotedly the Hindu is attached to his religion, because he hates yours. He despises your sanctimonious offerings, and repulses all your missionary innovations. It is this antagonism that retards his abandonment of all heathenish and idolatrous worship. He beholds other nations smothered in a sectarian faith imposed by a God he knows not. Thus he loathes and despises them. Heathens thus center their affections in, and restrict their thoughts to, the deified principles of their speechless God, and all this to manifest an increased devotion by way of retaliation upon all Christian invaders and mysterious teachers. The heathen philosophers taught some good, but more evil. They believed all they taught to be the highest morality, but as they descended into sensuous observation, they drew conclusions that were both erroneous and impure. Their minds had just emerged from an immense ocean of ignorance and fanaticism, and they rushed impetuously to the indulgence of unrestrained animal gratification. Their wisdom was uncultivated, their perceptions were acute, but their moral faculties were undeveloped. Between these two extremes sprang up the modified and rational system contained in the book which you, clergymen, are promulgating. Hence this book contains more real and useful principles than any collection of manuscripts on the earth. Those who wrote them were enlightened, because the extremes of the heathen ignorance and philosophy were an unfailing index from which central and useful truths could be deduced. Nothing is contained in these manuscripts but what is of the highest importance to the human race, and this is especially true of those portions indicating the morality derivable from universal industry and reciprocal justice. They are plain, all can read them, they need no expounding. They are intended as incentives to an end which all should be employed to accomplish, even love to the neighbor, and peace on earth, and goodwill to men. Preaching will never effect this, action will accomplish it in a brief period. The voice of nature again replies, that the effects of your system, and of its promulgation, have not been righteous. But how is this to be proved? Is not the distinction evidently visible between the heathen and the Christian world? And can it be denied that Christianity has produced the great elevation of the one, which renders the degradation of the other conspicuous? Reader, in the distance a form is visible. It is an aged man, whose countenance indicates purity and benevolence of soul. He seems like one of the primitive inhabitants. His pace is slow and firm, his form is well proportioned, and with a smile upon his countenance, he approaches you. Just inquire of him concerning his birth and experience, and concerning his knowledge of the heathen and civilized nations, and of the causes engaged in producing the manifest dissimilarity between them. In answer to your question, he replies that he is an Anglo-Saxon, that he is acquainted with the causes of civilization, and can give you some wholesome advice, so that you may recognize and perpetuate the causes, that their effects may hereafter be more conspicuous. Listen, now, while the venerable man utters his experience. From the beginning, man had necessities, which he labored to supply. His increasing wants led to the development of his physical and mental attributes, and this enabled him to accomplish many useful inventions. Impulsed by a powerful desire, he perpetuated his species, not knowing the wisdom of this purpose of nature. Each new being, however, was made useful in tilling the earth. Natural desires were gratified, social requirements abundantly supplied, and man's domestic happiness was in a measure complete from his own industry, invention, and development. It was not long after this period that man launched his mind on the ocean of imagination. Having no wisdom as a helm to guide his thoughts, he ran upon shoals and bars, and among icebergs, rocks, islands, and strange regions, until, alas! His mind, like a vessel, stranded upon the beach of a dark and gloomy philosophy, from which theology had its birth. The nations thereafter continued their physical improvements in industry, meanwhile cherishing and fostering the various remnants of the mental wreck which constituted their peculiar modes of chimerical and imaginative worship. Each succeeding generation confirmed the opinions of the preceding ones, until the various nations were prejudiced and infatuated, being devotedly attached to their peculiar idols and forms of religious veneration. They sacrificed their lives, their homes, and their peace in defense of their religion. Sectarian hostility raged like a consuming fire throughout the earth, which led to the invention of warring implements, and of all plans of personal and national destruction. The moral and social faculties of man were crushed and perverted. Their little wisdom was turned to ingenuity and deception, their affections to bitterness and vindictive vengeance. Then it was that the whole world was divided by the walls of sectarian envy and religious fanaticism. The heathen, exasperated, fought those who were more fortunately situated, and apparently blessed with a better God and a better religion. Those who had cultivated their intellectual faculties, and abundantly supplied their physical necessities, founded cities characterized by wealth and splendor, and they believed that their God caused this prosperity, and not themselves. With this conviction, they rushed against and strove to subdue the heathens and their systems of social government and religious devotion. In this manner, nation after nation was destroyed, and new ones were established. Each nation was as a sect, each dominion as an exclusive world, and each one pointed the sword of vengeance at its neighbor's breast. Men became so suspicious of each other, that forts, and castles, and monasteries, were erected, and cities were built with walls about them impossible to be demolished. Section 18. Thus the world was interiorly degraded, the exterior expression of which consisted in all these exclusive institutions, castles of defense, cities of suspicion, and walls of forbidding vengeance, on whose heights were stationed cannons of destruction. All of these were outward representations of the condition of the mental world. While the world was in this condition, a number of manuscripts were collected from the writings of different historians and of persons interested in the social welfare of the race. After their collection, they were voted and re-voted as celestial by various councils. They were ultimately adopted as canonical, and from that moment to the 19th century, their contents have been deposited in the affections but not in the judgments of men. Inasmuch as the affections are passionate, they gave forth a religious prejudice, which it was and is almost impossible to subdue by the genial light of wisdom. Such, continues the aged man, was the condition of the religious world, that the Persians, the Hindus, and the Mohammedans loathed the Christians, as the Christians did them. This established the lines of demarcation between the interests of nations and families of the earth, for all were opposed to each other, because prejudice wielded her scepter, and the nations bowed in submission. The Christian religion was far the most acceptable to the enlightened, because of its pure maxims and principles of truth and sympathy. Soon after it was adopted, it became blended with the social relations of those who received it, and local hostility began. Sects, creeds, and denominations sprang from the many interpretations of the Bible. The latter, like a tree, has put forth branches which extend into the mental atmosphere and absorb the feelings, interests, and affections of men. But the nations continued to be industrious, and hence a portion of the world became greatly advanced, and so it was when my nation was confirmed in its present condition. So things were situated when a man proposed to discover other portions of the earth. At this time, navigation was greatly perfected, and Christopher Columbus, impulsed by a disposition to explore, discovered the American continent. The first settlement in the New World became established. Immigration thereafter was immense. The families having good social habits made the land fertile in useful productions. Not long, and religious intolerance and potential tyranny endeavored to crush the free and equal rights of the Americans, and to destroy their peace and prosperity by imposing unjust claims upon their property. The inhabitants, being inspired by a sense of justice and love of freedom, prepared to defend their rights. A council was called, and a noble mind was entrusted with the execution of its mandates. He was called the Son of Liberty, and is known and loved for his vigilance and his unfailing prosecution of the work assigned him. The council decided that all men were born free and equal, and were endowed with certain inalienable rights, among which were life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thenceforward they proceeded to break the chain of despotism, and to conquer the opponent of their freedom. They succeeded. Republican government was adopted by the voice of the people, and the race was made happy and united. Meanwhile the various sects sprang up, and endeavored to divide the affections of the nation. They have in a measure succeeded, for a proof of which behold the civilized nations of the earth. Reader, notice the Puritan father, how he turns pale and his voice falters in uttering this last sentence. But listen, he speaks again, brethren and clergymen, your system did not cause this civilization, but it was caused by primitive invention incited by necessity, and by subsequent cultivation of the social and intellectual powers. It was actual industry, and not preaching. It was a knowledge of physical necessities, and the supplying of them, that erected your beautiful cities, accumulated your wealth, distributed your splendor, and developed your elegance and your fertility of mental powers. It was this that unfolded the genius of your natures, and that gave you your worthy citizens. But all your disunity, conflicts of interests, prejudices, fear of thought, and sectarianism, are owing to that system which you are locally promulgating, and endeavoring to extend to the heathen nations. Brethren, I have only one question to ask, and to this I demand an answer. Are the causes of civilization owing to the prevalence of Christian principles? Or to the actual industry of those who could hardly read them? Were those wars caused by industry, or by religious intolerance and fanaticism? If industry was and is the cause of civilization, will the promulgation of your principles assist this cause to advance, or arrest it? If not, then can you say that the heathen is sinful because he has no religion? And that you are righteous because you are blessed by the partial favor of a universal Father? The old man has turned his face and departed. His experience and knowledge of civil and religious history are valuable to the race. Reader, ponder well upon these revealments and then decide whether the clergy and their system are misrepresented. Section 19. Many people believe that evils in society are referable to personal vices and individual constitutional tendencies, and thus they impose on man a responsibility which is unjust, because he cannot assume it. He may cherish the above belief, but he cannot practice the principles of his conviction, because they are not found in nature, nor in man, nor anywhere in the constitution of divine creations. Owing to the ignorance of parents concerning their own nature and its laws, the rising generation are made imperfect, because they imbibe vices or improper inclinations from their parents hereditarily. In this defect only are the evils of society referable to personal vices. But it is a truth that human character is unfolded, either favorably or unfavorably, perfectly or imperfectly, by the influence of the social and religious conditions that surround it. The human character is always a representative of the soil that gave it birth, and the atmosphere in which it was developed. Inasmuch, then, as man cannot make his own being, character, or disposition, it is impossible for him to assume the responsibility of an unactuated free agent. Mankind are all composed of the same materials, differently combined, and of the same essences differently distributed, and these different combinations constitute the varieties of mankind, and the dissimilarities of their passions, necessities, and spiritual possessions. Man cannot think what he chooses at will, for he is compelled to create influences, or court them, before he can arrange and concentrate his thoughts. In order to read, a man must have a book; in order to converse, he must have another to hear and respond. In like manner he is governed in all his physical and mental tendencies. He cannot love and dislike at will, for he is compelled to love that which is lovely, and he cannot love that which is disgusting or uncongenial with the susceptibility of his affections. He cannot believe or disbelieve by desire, for his mind invariably decides for or against, according to the preponderance of evidence presented to his spirit by the senses. Therefore man cannot be good when influences are evil. He cannot be perfect when he is imperfectly constituted. He cannot love when his affections are displeased. He cannot think without internal or external causes being engaged in inciting and evolving thought. He cannot believe when there is not sufficient evidence. He cannot disbelieve when evidence preponderates. Thus man is a child of nature, as nature is a child of the deity. He is governed by her principles, for they run into and constitute his being. Man's only free agency or free will is subject to the promptings of wisdom, which is his peculiar endowment. This he is enabled to exercise over his own feelings, inclinations, and all things below him on earth. So far as this sanctions, he is free to act or not to act, and this makes him a passive being, subject to influences from within and without. Then it is proper for all mankind to know this important truth, that man in nature is passive, because of his wisdom, which is a counterpoise established against the life and love of all created things, and that to make man moral, all influences from within and without must correspond to the nature of his constitution, and the highest suggestions of an enlightened wisdom. Such is man, and such is his relation to nature, her laws, and the divine mind. Reader, if you are elevated to a seat of honor to govern and direct your brethren the people, your interest now consists in an exclusive distribution of favors and privileges to those under your government. To be in accordance with the laws of nature, your position should be determined by your superior constitutional qualifications. And your government should contemplate the interests of all living creatures, and your privileges should be distributed according to the peculiar wants of each one. Thus you should assist all, and that by a feeling of unrestricted benevolence, and a wise and impartial distribution of justice, liberty, and equal rights. Reader, if you are a representative of your state or portion of the earth, your interest consists in advocating those measures which would benefit those who gave you the office, and in legislating for the exclusive classes and their aggrandizement. To be in accordance with nature, you should be as an unblemished mirror in which would be vividly reflected everything existing in the state or portion of the country which you came to represent. Then your government would be equal, and one person would have an unbounded confidence in another. Reader, if you are a wealthy man, your interest consists in establishing a monopoly which no other person can overcome, thereby to accumulate more wealth. Hence you are doing injustice to the rights of men beneath you, notwithstanding you subscribe liberally to the support of the institutions of education, in which literature, and art, and elegance, are taught, also to sustain asylums, and almshouses, and prisons. The support of all these may be derived from you, and yet you are doing injustice to the interests and rights of your subordinate brethren. To be in accordance with nature, you should feel no monopolizing disposition, nor should you expend so much wealth on local institutions. Each one of these being isolated, costs at least 1/3 more than the same education, privileges, and benefits, would if they were arranged according to a system of reciprocal interest and the promptings of a benevolent soul. Reader, if you are a clergyman, your interest consists in limiting thought, and restricting the spontaneous investigations natural to the human mind. You are also compelled to smother your own convictions beneath the prejudices of your own congregation, and the society in which you move. You dare not express the highest convictions of your judgment, for in that case your influence would sink, and your occupation would no longer afford subsistence and emolument. To be in accordance with nature, you should be teaching that which nature teaches, and should expound that upon which mankind are ignorant. You should unshackle the human mind by cultivating its wisdom. You should inculcate no mysteries that the human mind cannot solve, for rest assured that whether such mysteries are imaginative or true, they are unnecessary to the inhabitants of this sphere. You should teach those who need to be educated, and teach them only that which is practicable, and tends to benefit the whole. Restrict no mind that is capable of reason, and if men's thoughts are not well directed, it is your duty to cultivate their wisdom, so that they may think properly. You should take your text from the simple and well-written book of nature, whose language all understand, and whose teachings all will receive, and thus you will be teachers indeed. And then your influence will purify and elevate the spiritual elements of the whole human race. Reader, if your profession is the law, your interest consists in the numerous vices and disturbances occurring in society. You are not devoted to justice so much as to favoring him who rewards you most liberally. To be in accordance with nature, you should be constantly engaged in equalizing the movements of society, and teaching the world justice and love. You should be earnestly engaged in giving justice to those who need it most, by elucidating its principles to all. And then you would be a blessing to society, and would be honored with the title of peacemakers, which cannot now be applied. You should be interested in peace and universal justice, and then the principles of nature would fully correspond to, and sanction, your useful labors. Section 20. Reader, if you are a physician, your interest consists in vice and sickness, and in all manner of infractions of the physical laws, and in the prevalence of abuses in society, whereby disease is generated and your profession is rendered eminently flourishing. To be in accordance with nature, you should be as the good physician, interested in the health of the whole world, earnestly studying the interests of others, improving their minds, unfolding the mysteries of their constitutions, and daily engaged in curing and preventing disease. Then you would breathe an impartial favor, and a healing influence, to all about you, and you would thus be blessed while you were blessing the existences of your brethren. Reader, if you are a mechanic, your interest consists in all inventions that tend to reduce and depreciate the labor of man. You feel desirous of obtaining knowledge of art sufficient to establish your monopoly, and to ensure your success over the competitions of your neighbor. Therefore your studies and inventions are selfish and isolated. To be in accordance with nature, you should study the geometrical attributes of, and the mechanism manifested in, all things. You should apply your discoveries to machinery, and to all things profitable to the human race universally. Labor should not be isolated, but general. No strife should exist, but on the contrary there should be a constant desire to advance the interests of the world. Thus your own wants and the wants of others would be supplied, while your existence would be a blessing, your labor attractive, and your occupation happiness. Reader, if you are a poor man, your interest consists in a hurried and inferior tilling of the soil, for even the movements of your labor are governed by the amount of reward which you receive. You feel no interest in labor itself, in improvement, or in the occupations of others, therefore your existence is displeasing and unhappy. To be in accordance with nature, you should feel an attraction to labor as arising from its just organization and distribution. You should be interested in all the inventions of others, and in all things tending to beautify and render the earth productive. Mankind, your interests are opposed to each other, and hence all the innumerable evils that prevail in society, and which are marring the beauty and usefulness of the human race. You are as a man whose organs are diseased, and whose requirements are opposed to each other. You are as a body diseased internally, and whose disease is not visible to the sensuous perceptions of men. You are striving to keep the surface healthy, and to make it appear sound and perfect, while the disease is raging among the organs invisibly, and these are absorbing each other's strength, and each one is striving to transcend and govern another. But it is impossible to continue this policy of superficial healing much longer. The disease and corruptions of society are bursting forth and contaminating the body with sores of filth, and with unhealthy abominations. An effort to heal these outbreaks and running sores would be like a physician striving to heal a bile when the blood is diseased. Mankind as one human body must have a constitutional cleansing and renovating. Then the body will rise to the fullness of the stature of a perfect man, and all will be health within and peace without. Strive, then, to feel these truths and apply their teachings. Do not exert yourselves to keep the surface whole, while the disease is constitutional, but renovate your system, equalize your situations, and thus harmonize one with another. Be as a brotherhood, and love each other. Do this by making all things attractive, and existence a blessing. Do this by fulfilling your destiny, and thus honoring the creation of your Father which is in heaven. Do all these things, and you will be a moral race, united in your feelings, elevated in your affections, refined in your sentiments, and perfected in wisdom. Do this, and you will know no distinction, for your interests and personal existence will be blended into one harmonious whole. Do this, and goodness will be the result of your efforts, and righteousness the temple of your habitation. Thus it is proved that society and the human race are diseased, and I now proceed to prescribe the remedy. Section 21. There is a constitutional and mutual affection manifested between every particle and compound in being. This is the law of association, which is the rudimental principle of nature established by God, who is love. This law creates, develops, and perfects man and distributes the race, together with all created things, to portions of the earth congenial with their respective natures and qualifications. Every form in the vegetable world is distributed by this law of mutual affection. The huge trees are rooted in soil and grow in climates where the delicate flower cannot subsist. A garden cannot exist where the wilderness is, at least until the soil is cultivated and rendered fertile. Neither can the delicate forms in the animal world exist among those that are huge, gigantic, and possessing dissimilar habits. The fish cannot live with the bird, nor the bird with the quadruped. That is, one cannot subsist upon that which sustains the other, but each requires different food, and this distinguishes their individual necessities and habits. So with the human world, they are distributed in various portions of the earth, and in different climates, all surrounding things in nature being adapted to their peculiar constitutions, and congenial with their physical requirements. The law of association being the rudimental law of nature, and flowing into and uniting all things, is fully developed in the human form. It constitutes men differently, gives them different passions, inclinations, and essences and properties of soul. It creates the diversity, the multifariousness, manifested in the human world. But although it makes men unlike each other, the variety is necessary to harmonize and unite the whole. The diversity manifests the order of development. It is the mode of perpetual progress, the cause of happiness, and the spring of all life and energy, of all passion and its gratification. Therefore the diversity is the order of nature, the requirement of man, and the foundation of harmony. Mankind inherit their diversified attributes from the womb of nature, these having been there deposited and impregnated by the love and wisdom of God. To nature, and to her provisions to which he is entitled. There is no passion or desire of man which nature has not provided means to gratify, especially when such passion or desire is governed by wisdom, by which also its gratification should be regulated. Man is entitled to liberty, plenty, and happiness, by nature. She bequeaths these to him, and presents her larder stored with bounteous provisions, and invites man to receive, enjoy, and cultivate them, and be what she intended he should. This inseparable relation between man and nature and the principles of God, is established by the law of association. There is no possible way to annul this reciprocal relation, or to escape from the obligation to bow in obedience to the laws which govern it. This law of nature is divine, because it is the love and life of the deity. It distributes impartial blessings to all, and for every action it dispenses an adequate reward or punishment. There can be no denial of the absoluteness of the connection, and there is no escaping the effects accomplished by the workings of these principles. Man is, then, a child of nature, caressed, and guided into all wisdom, by her unchangeable possessions. Man is well formed, well constructed, and well distributed, on the bosom of nature, and he as a dutiful child, should acknowledge the relation and submit to her wise commands and dispensations. As the law of association thus unites nature and man, and establishes diverse and multipotent characteristics in the race, it is upon this indestructible basis that rests the law of reciprocal justice and consequent morality and happiness. Every being, then, is entitled by nature to liberty and happiness, and if everyone does not receive these, injustice is done in some portion of the human world. If the desires of a single being are not gratified, then there is an unjust and isolated absorption in some parts of the great body, which is an injury both to the absorber and to those subject to the absorption. All men have not the same desires, and do not need the same gratification. Each one has peculiar wants, and the wants of each one differ in their degrees of development. The same desires, and do not need the same gratification. Each one has peculiar wants, and the wants of each one differ in their degrees of development. Hence it follows that happiness should be dispensed by bestowing blessings in proportion to the capabilities of men to appreciate and enjoy them. Those who have superfluous gratifications are as miserable as those whose wants are not adequately supplied. In the one instance, desires become morbid, unhealthy, and corrupting, while in the other, they are impetuous and constantly generating vice, disease, and unhappiness. It is therefore an injury for anyone to have more than he can well employ, appreciate, or make useful, while on the other hand, it is unjust to deprive anyone of that which is necessary to his existence, or of any blessing to which he is entitled by nature. To prevent absorption in any part of the great human body, therefore, the wisdom of men must recognize the divine law of association. This law must be applied by making all situations and all degrees of human industry correspond to its uniform requirements. Here, then, is the first item in the remedy for the disease of the social world. Mankind, remember you must become acquainted with your nature, your creator, and the laws which inseparably unite and harmonize all created things. You must become enlightened, and feel the force of this divine truth, and in doing this you will remove a part of the disease which now corrupts your mental constitution. The law of association, then, establishes harmony, and imperatively forbids injustice to anything which it comprehends within its dominion, and this is only limited by the expanse of inconceivable space. Another truth, then, is necessarily evolved, and must be acknowledged, and that is, that every man is not only entitled to liberty, plenty, justice, and happiness, but he has an important office to fulfill, an end to accomplish, and a destiny to fulfill. Hence each man must have a distinct position in the great structure of human society, and that position must be determined by his constitutional qualifications, and his ability to discharge the obligations it imposes. He must gravitate to his own peculiar center, as this is determined by the law of association, that is, to whatever soil, climate, occupation, and situation may be most congenial with his natural inclinations as modified and governed by wisdom. Men now occupy situations which they are not capable of filling, and therefore everything they do is injurious to some, beneficial to others, and disgusting to themselves. Being compelled to engage in that which they are not qualified to perform, creates discontent in the mind, and does injustice to all dependent on their labors. But everyone is entitled to a position determined by the quality and abilities of his constitution. Section 22. Each man is but an organ of the great human body. In the present condition of things, one organ is opposed to, and absorbs the strength and happiness of, another. This generates every species of evil, pain, wretchedness, and disorganization. But it is proper that each individual, as an organ of the body, should occupy a position agreeable with the demands of his own nature and the nature of others, and thus distributive and impartial justice would be generated, which would remove the disease, renovate and perfect the body, and promote unity and happiness. Suppose a man to have a disease which affects each organ by obstruction, absorption, and a disturbance of the equilibrium in their forces and essences, would it not be proper to remove the obstruction, destroy absorption, and equalize the forces and essences so that they might create health? Then if this is the correct process, is it not equally correct to remove all absorption, obstruction, and want of equilibrium in society so that every man, like an organ of the body, may perform his appropriate functions, and not only be happy himself, but generate happiness for others? One effect of the law of association is known as harmony, and harmony is the soul and element of music. Music is a representation of divine order, and order is the wisdom of the deity. To establish harmony, therefore, in society, every man must be well instructed and properly situated, so that his movements may accord with the movements of the whole, and thus the movements of the human race will be in concert. Suppose a musical instrument well constructed, and capable of giving forth perfect and beautiful melody. Suppose also that the notes it is capable of sounding all accompany it, but are confused. Think you that harmony can proceed from that instrument? Notwithstanding the notes are all there, if they are not well placed, well timed, or properly concerted, the consequence will be that the most disgusting and frightful discord will proceed from the instrument. So with the human race, the structure is perfect, the notes are all existing, but they are misplaced, and vice, antagonism, and immorality are the consequences. The instrument of society cannot be tuned except by an enlightened wisdom. Wisdom may arrange society, and place every man in a position congenial with his own nature and the universal requirements of the race. After mankind are so situated, discord cannot arise, but most happy harmony, morality, virtue, and righteousness will prevail. Man has no desires that cannot be gratified. He has no peculiarities but what some position would render agreeable and proper. And these peculiarities must be considered as a musician would consider the notes used in the composition of a tune, and wisdom must arrange them in concert, so that melody may be fully developed. There is not, nor will there ever be, one being too many. But in order to make man fulfill his destiny, place him in a situation to do it. Make industry attractive, make every dispensation just, and determine every position by specific qualifications. Advance the lower strata of society by pervading them with wisdom and pure influences. Then every man will perform the use for which he was destined, and all contention that now prevails will be lost in the harmony of the whole. Mankind must be so distributed, and every person must be so situated, as that the position of each may correspond to, and harmonize with, divine law, such as is established by God in nature and in man unchangeably. Every individual must gravitate to the position suggested by his nature and its necessities, and also by the requirements of others, above and below him, in the brotherhood. There should be no restriction to individual movements, especially when all movements are determined by the wisdom and righteousness of the supreme governor and director of human society. Every person should be as harmoniously situated as the notes in a well-arranged piece of music, and then all feeling, inclination, judgment, industry, progress, and intellectual attainment would completely correspond to the law of uniform development and the combined interests of the whole. No person upon the earth should exist inferiorly situated, because such is not in accordance with the nature and order of divine creations. No faculty should be crushed for the want of mental liberty, no powers of a mechanical, mathematical, or philosophical tendency should be obstructed, for nature prescribes liberty and unrestriction of thought. Hence man should be so situated as that all his spiritual qualities and faculties may be uncontrolled, and their unfoldings unbounded. That these things may be so, men should occupy those positions only which they are capable of filling, and in which they are happy and at home. But at present, some are teachers who are not so capable of teaching as many of their pupils. Some are occupying important offices by a voice of the people, and yet are not so capable of governing as those who are governed are to control themselves. And one truth prominent among all nations and in all ages of the world is, that the most useful, pure, benevolent, and intelligent men are those who, receiving a perfect constitution by birth, and being naturally situated, have unfolded a teeming intellect, such as never proceeds from any institution or any mode of obtaining superficial education. Hence it is clear that all those who are good and perfect, and have the most truth, are the unsophisticated offspring of nature. Such minds possess all the qualifications of mechanics, philosophers, and philanthropists, and love truth and wisdom for their own sakes only, and not to acquire the character of being learned, and thus be advanced to honor and emolument. It is proper, then, that all should be perfectly arranged and well situated, so that all the movements of men, whether industrial or mental, may accord with their own nature and the interests of the whole society. Men must become acquainted with the law of association and its distributions, before they can concert in harmonious brotherhood on earth. And after men are well situated, so that the whole will correspond to a system of undisturbed harmony, then will be developed the law of order. This order will unite them, and also represent the same displayed in the structure of the universe. And thus the lowest and most imperfect will occupy the lowest point in society, and a graduated development will characterize the ascending groups, until they rise to the highest point of human perfection. And then he who is the most perfect in his physical and spiritual constitution, will occupy the highest position in society, as governor, and will pervade the whole by wisdom, and direct them righteously according to divine harmony and universal order. Section 23. Then there will be an order in human society, in which every group may represent a planet. And the groups may be so arranged as that their interests will revolve around the central object of their own industry and the temple of knowledge. Let the sun of the race be the center of all human wisdom, whose enlivening influence may generate industry, abundance, and happiness. Let each group, society, or state, be a planet, and let the whole give to and receive from the central sun congenial reciprocations, so that there may not exist any inertia, restriction, poverty, or unhappiness. Moreover, let each group, as a planet, revolve within or around the orbits of others, according to their relation to the sun of knowledge and center of pervading happiness. Each group will occupy such a position in relation to the center or sun of society as is determined by its degree of progress, and its department of industry, so that its movements may be profitable and well defined. And there will be a uniform movement of all the groups, both within themselves and in their revolutions around their central governor or sun of attraction. And the various departments of society will represent the solar system also in their mutual exchangings of purified and perfected particles. In other words, persons in the first society who advance and become capable of associating with the second must be permitted to ascend and occupy the positions in the scale of progressive development for which they have become qualified. And let this mutual exchange be continued through all the groups, even up to the central power. And he who arrives there first by natural qualification will succeed to the throne of government. And so there will be a constant supply of particles, or persons, both at the seat of government and at the extremities of society. Individual advancement, to be pure, must be unceasing and perpetual. A person in the lowest society will gyrate through all the positions he is there capable of occupying, and ascend in like manner through all the societies to the sun or seat of wisdom. A perpetual reciprocation will be an inevitable consequence of the arrangement of society according to the divine law of association. Therefore, an incessant progression will characterize human society and its component parts. This mutual exchange of particles, or individuals, will result naturally from the order of refinement in each group or society, for their degree, or nearness to the center, must be determined by their innate capabilities, and their absolute relation to the center of wisdom. So every individual will feel an inclination toward the center of attraction, and all his efforts will be concentrated to gain the lofty seat. Also his interest will consist in the purity of his progress, for deception and impure enlightenment would only render a person more gross, and cause him to remain in a lower society longer than he otherwise would. Besides this, persons will mutually assist each other, inasmuch as a reciprocal assistance, without any isolated absorption, will materially accelerate the purification of all, and accomplish it more in accordance with natural law. Each group will of itself constitute a little world, or a congregation of affectionate and inseparable individuals, laboring for each other's welfare. They will accumulate wealth for each other's enjoyment, and exchange favors one with another, for the purpose of making their group exceed as much as possible the lower, and approach in refinement the higher, and thus a lower and higher interest will be established. Each group should be like a planet in every particular, for each planet is an accumulation of mutually agreeable particles, all assisting to effect a universal refinement. And thus associated, they revolve with unanimity around the sun or center of their existence, and so should each group in the solar system of mankind on Earth. Each group, society, or state, as a planet, should be constituted of mutually assisting particles, or persons, congenial with each other and with the sun or center around which all societies should revolve in their movements and efforts to advance and become perfect. This, then, should be the order of society. Then mankind would represent the harmony of the solar system, in which no disturbance is discoverable, because the great central sun is both the parent and governor, whose pervading influence sustains an indestructible equilibrium. After having established this order, a form will be developed. This will be an expression of human wisdom, and will indicate the beauty of developed social happiness. This form will be as a human body in its arrangements and interior movements, but will correspond externally to the structure of the universe. By form is meant the mode of preserving and perpetuating order, serving as a chart upon which will be impressed the situation of each person in society, and the relation of each to the central power. This form will not only be the mode of preserving external order, but of perfecting interior industry and individual character. It will be the body of mankind, a perfect representation of interior order, harmony, and association. It will be the means by which all mankind can associate with the beauties of nature and the laws of God, even as a man associates with external things through the senses of the organization. And the human race will have a form that will be a perfect representative of interior purity, harmony, and spiritual loveliness, that will be a perfect likeness of its interior, even as the human body is an image of the soul. Mankind always had and always will have a body, and that will represent the interior, and therefore a knowledge of the soul of society may be had by carefully viewing its form. And at present this is very imperfect and very much disconcerted. This, then, should be the plan of reorganizing society and the human world. First, develop light, or the law of association. Unfold its teachings and apply them to the race. By this means, life will be established, which is industry, harmony, and happiness. Then perfect love will reign, for light and life are love. And association and harmony are the legitimate effects of love, and love is God. After having developed these, an order will be displayed in the structure of the race. This order will be the standard and law of human industry and mental qualification. It will confirm a unity of interest and an unchanging reciprocation of feeling, affection, and mental associations, from the lowest to the highest degree of human advancement. From this the human world will receive a form which will be the fullness of the stature of a perfect man. And this form will be the great exterior representative of interior love and industry, and also the mode by and through which the great soul of mankind will commune with the excellences of higher spheres. Then order and form will be established, which are representatives of wisdom, such as will emanate from the center of social government, and spread distributive justice over the earth. Then society will be in this condition, perfect light and life, which are association and harmony, the whole of which will constitute love perfectly developed, and order and form, which are movement and mode, and which will constitute wisdom, perfectly developed. Thus the human race will display light and life, which are love, and order and form, which are wisdom. Thus will be established universal happiness, because the whole race will represent the harmony of all created things, and typify the express majesty of the divine Creator. Section 24. Not only can human society be made to represent the harmonious movements displayed in our solar system and in the universe, but it can be made to correspond in every possible division in particular to the uniform kingdoms and creations of nature. The lower stratum in the human world will, when properly arranged, take the lowest point, and correspond to the primary stratification of the earth. And the strata or groups of society may be uniformly situated one above another, as relative innate purity and capability may determine, and as is represented in the geological formations of this terrestrial sphere. And the highest group may, in all its intellectual and brilliant excellences, correspond to the bosom of nature, or the last stratum of the earth. But human society may be organized on a more definite plan even than this. The first or incapable group of society may be so constructed as to represent the mineral world. That is, it may have three divisions, the first being the lowest, the second being the mediatorial, and the third being the highest, and the whole composing a perfect structure, and meanwhile naturally emerging into the society or group next above. Every particle in the mineral kingdom is incessantly engaged in activity, whereby the good of each is mutually established, and a reciprocal interest is caused to pervade the whole. So it may be with the first group or lower stratum of society. One may assist to sustain and develop another, which in return will act upon others, and thus will be established an interior industry so perfectly organized that no person will be compelled to labor excessively, to sustain unjust responsibilities, or be in any way deprived of his physical and mental requirements. The second group may be made to correspond in its structure to the vegetable kingdom, and this can be accomplished by understanding the mutual relations existing between all plants as individuals, and how they are inseparably engaged in promoting a general good, observing a righteous reciprocation among themselves. Society, then, in its second department, would be a representative of the vegetable kingdom. The ascending group may correspond to, and typify in every department, the animal world and its harmony. So may the highest or central group correspond to mankind, in their relation to nature in the various kingdoms. And as man is lord over of all subordinate creations, as he possesses the wisdom of love, and is a crown of material perfection, it is suggested that the central group of human society should manifest all the intelligence and perfection of the whole race concentrated. It may be the throne of human government, and the unfailing source of justice, benevolence, and liberty. This may be the center of attraction to which all should be inclined, and by which all will be assisted to attain any degree of eminence possible for wisdom to desire. Society may be divided and subsided into as many groups or families as may be suggested by wisdom and existing circumstances, and each individual group may correspond to the infinite variety contained in each kingdom and nature. That is, the lower stratum of society may comprehend as many towns, counties, or states, as may be determined by general desire, and by a just estimate of human character and its qualifications, and these again may be subdivided into a variety of families or associations. And then they will correspond precisely to the specific compounds that are contained in the mineral kingdom. There is an infinite variety in this kingdom, and all have distinctive existences. So society may be constructed, and harmony will be the inevitable consequence, inasmuch as harmony is invariably manifested in the mineral kingdom, as a result of its structure. So also the second stratum may comprehend as many portions of towns, counties, or states, as will harmonize with the situation of the lower, and this may represent the vegetable kingdom. Yet it should only be distinguished from the lower and higher by a different structure, the one calculated to perpetuate individual progression. So with the third stratum, and so also with the fourth, which may be the center of the human family, either on one continent or on both, and situated where all facilities exist, or can be made to exist, by which its influence may descend through all the lower strata and contribute to their health, happiness, and advancement. From this center, a just administration must and will proceed, for no one can be the governor, emperor, or lord of the human race, unless he has attained the highest possible degree of human wisdom. Such a one will be calculated to rule and govern all the departments of human industry, direct and perfect the establishment of all conveniences, explore and investigate all phenomena, and distribute peace, justice, and harmony to all without distinction. Society may be thus organized, inasmuch as the structure and laws of nature suggest the plan. Moreover, the latter constitute a foundation upon which the superstructure may be erected indestructibly. And all its parts may be united by the same laws, actuated by the same general interests, and be preserved in the same undisturbed harmony. Such is the anatomy of society presented for human contemplation and analysis. It is merely a general suggestion, and although true, it may be deemed impracticable by many good and intelligent minds. Such must analyze the features of this suggestion, and if it is not found to be true, and more suggestive than it would at first appear to be, it should lead to a better structure, and then its impulse will be pure, useful, and remedial of the present disorganized state of all human society. Such is the cure for the corroding disease dwelling in the vitals of the human race, and existing in every society, state, nation, and empire upon the earth. The disease has been revealed unexaggerated, its remedy is simple and will be effectual, if properly applied. Having presented society in its disorganized condition, and the principles to organize it, it is proper to explain how these principles may soon be comprehended, and their teachings applied, and how men may proceed, without much destruction of interests or violence to local prejudices, to accomplish the reorganization. This can be done without changing the component parts of present society, and also without dislocating men from their present positions, or destroying their situations, except in a qualified degree, to which they will cheerfully accede, and thus affect the general millennium. Remember that all this harmony may be established without creating any serious conflict or disturbance in the present organization of social affairs. But in order to accomplish this, a living energy must inspire every philanthropist and every enlightened teacher, and they must be unceasing for a little time in preaching to the inhabitants of the earth, "Repent ye, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand." For all must repent, or, in other words, receive the conviction that distributive justice must pervade the social world before God's kingdom can come, and His will be done on earth as it is in heaven, or throughout all the higher spheres of celestial happiness. Keeping this in memory, I will now proceed to direct how the great remedy may be obtained, how the disease may be arrested and the system renovated, and how the divine kingdom may be established, and the new heaven and new earth wherein dwelleth righteousness may be understood, acknowledged, applied, and established throughout the human race. Section 25. To succeed, the primary movements to elevate social relations, and to establish individual industry, may be commenced on this wise. 6 agriculturists, inspired with the principles of charity and the spirit of improvement, and having a desire to associate, may form themselves into an association or corporation, with combined interests and desires for prosperity. They must fully understand each other, both as to their physical and mental qualifications, and must know how near they can approach a unity of interests, and how much each can contribute to the interests of the association. They may enter into an agreement, such as will constitute them a corporation. This agreement must be based upon a plain diagram representing their individual possessions, interests, intentions, and proposed mode of condensing and organizing labor. This instrument of agreement must be as a map, representing their farms, with their value, their situations, their qualities of soft as to fertility or barrenness, their various locations, and the positions which they respectively occupy in relation to the nearest village, to the rivers or ports of commerce, and the existing facilities of effecting an access to the most populous and opulent cities. Moreover, it must represent every kind of soil, with its precise condition, as productive of vegetables, oats, rye, wheat, barley, corn, and also state the amount and condition of meadow and woodlands. A clear and lucid investigation, calculation, and statement must be made in reference to the amount of labor necessary to bestow upon each division of one or all of the farms in order to render it fertile, productive, accessible, and remunerative. Each individual must make a clear and truthful statement of the embarrassments, obligations, and expenses to which he is at present subject, and also of the probable amount of money required to advance the condition of his farm to a high state of cultivation. This agreement must be the spontaneous expression of their benevolent and united minds, impregnated with the desire and intention to remedy their own estrangement in industrial pursuits, and to correspondingly benefit community. 6 men, possessing farms in proper relations to each other, would be the least possible number who could concentrate and produce power among themselves, such as would be sensibly felt by all surrounding them. To this number any additional number may be joined, if the land occupied by them is in close connection, and unbroken by any opposing landholder or agriculturist. After deciding on the structure of their corporation, one of the members, who is most competent, should be chosen to officiate as governor, or president, and recording secretary. He should be qualified to suggest improvements, and to decide upon the most proper mode of organizing and distributing labor advantageously. This person should be the center around which the rest should revolve or act in unity, and to whom they will look for justice in his dispensations and propriety in his suggestions and plans of labor and improvement. This one will manage the affairs of the association, and be as a standard to the corporation. After having spiritually associated, devised their plan of agreement, and having all arrangements in order, agreeable to the situation and interests of each one, it is proper to institute the most searching investigations as to what may beautify their land, and restore fertility to the barren portions, and as to the most feasible plans to arrange and condense their labor for the accomplishment of this end. They must understand the science of organic chemistry in all of its ramifications, so that they may restore to weak soil its required equilibrium of organic matter, and thus fertilize and render it productive. They must also understand and apply in the tilling of their land the teachings of modern geology and magnetism. They must learn never to exhaust the soil of its requisite chemical properties, which is now frequently done by uninformed farmers. Soil can only retain its thriftiness and capacity of vegetable production by having restored to its bosom as much elementary matter as is taken from it. To sustain the fertility of the soil, then, it is necessary to understand the principles of geology and chemistry, the qualities of marine and alluvial deposits, the action of decomposed vegetable and animal compounds, the constitution of the earth and atmosphere, and the mutual relation which exists between them, and their cooperation in rendering fertile a parsimonious soil. Understanding these important principles, and perceiving their practicability, they will be enabled to devise the most agreeable means of applying them, so as to make them profitable in promoting their individual wealth and general advancement. Then they must inquire into the various modes and plans of organizing and combining labor, how much labor it is proper to bestow upon any given object, at what time it should be bestowed, and how many can labor profitably to accelerate its accomplishment. Knowing these things, and adopting the proper plans of proceeding, they should call to their assistance as many laborers as can properly and profitably be employed. They should not work over 3/4 of the period of sunlight, and the employment of each one must be of such a character as will agree with his constitutional abilities and his desire to be engaged. Thus organized, the distribution of labor for each week may be determined at the close of the previous one, and in this way each person will understand the portion assigned him, the position he is to occupy, and the amount of labor he is to accomplish. The laborers should be distributed in groups of numbers and strength sufficient to perform within the week the amount to them allotted. Each member of the association must keep a strict account of his personal and general expenses, of the amount of labor accomplished in each 6 days on his farm, and of the number of men by whom it was accomplished. Thus each one, at the end of the week, should bring to the governor a truthful register of labor received from the groups of the association. The quarter of time not devoted to the field may be set apart for individual diversion, instruction, study, and contemplation. Let it be exclusively devoted to all things pertaining to mental and moral improvement. And thus he who labors will labor with a pleasure and profit to his physical being, and will change manual labor for mental advancement in every department of science, art, agriculture, and spiritual truth. In this manner can labor be condensed, made attractive, profitable, and elevating. And this is the rudimental step toward establishing among the tillers of the land a reciprocal movement, and a privilege of assisting themselves in community to a more congenial and useful existence. This may be called an agricultural association. They will discover that they have the advantage over all individuals of like occupation in society, and that they will be enabled to supply the requirements of a populous village with more ease and profitableness than any dealer, merchant, or speculator. Section 26. The firm, in some thriving and populous village, town, or city, should erect a large and capacious storehouse, which should be wisely constructed and adapted to the reception of their various productions. It should be situated conveniently and made in every possible manner suitable to receive their abundant productions, which may be distributed according to the wants and requirements of the people. In this storehouse they must deposit in order the various creations of their industry, which should be valued at the same price which the community are compelled to pay for the same articles to merchants and grocers under the present system of trade. This storehouse and its abundant possessions, belonging to the agriculturist firm, would be a living illustration of the advantages of organized and rewarded labor, and a blessing to community. This establishment may be conducted by any well-qualified person chosen by the association, and his assistants may be of his own choosing, and they all should belong to the association and to a greater or less extent have an interest in its stock and wealth, so that each individual may have an interest centered in the prosperity of the firm, both in respect to the farms and the establishment. Thus a unity of action would exist as a spontaneous result of the situation of each individual, and this would remove all deception, and develop justice and honesty in each being. Each farmer should receive credit in proportion to the amount of stock by him deposited, and should be rewarded in proportion to its increasing revenue. A value must be placed upon each article of produce by the united voice of the whole firm. This should be a standard by which each parcel should be valued as it enters the establishment, and credit should be given the depositor accordingly. The amount of stores in the establishment will be governed by the productions of the farms, and the reward of each laborer will hold a relation to the amount of produce in, and the benefits derived from, the establishment. Thus there will be a reciprocal exchange of interests, which will secure the permanency of the association, and render inexhaustible the capital of the agriculturist firm. The contents of the storehouse may be sold to the community as they demand, at a price determined by the benevolence of the firm, who under such circumstances can sell at least 15% cheaper than the same articles can be sold by individual tradesmen in villages and cities. And even then the productions will yield the producers at least 25% profit. And according as the distribution of labor is advantageous can this ratio be increased, even to double. There will be a mutual deposition of capital and a corresponding interest, which will constitute the whole association an established monopoly, and which will compel a change in the present order of industry, trade, and commerce. The influence of such an association, properly situated, would extend to adjoining townships and counties, and would be sensibly felt in various portions of the state. This would attract one farmer after another into the association, to arrest the depreciation of his land, and the decrease of the inflow of wealth from its productions. No individual farmer could compete with the association, and consequently its influence would continually widen by taking more into its constitution. And an influence, corresponding to that exerted on all members of the association, would be exerted on the inhabitants of the adjoining towns and counties, so that by a gradual yet permanent expansion, this system of agricultural labor would ultimately comprehend a whole state. Then other states could not resist its tranquilizing influence, and would adopt a similar mode of combining wealth with industry, and interest with energy and knowledge. At first it would be best for associations of not less than 6 to form in various parts of towns, counties, or states, where all necessary facilities are existing, and all circumstances are such as to justify the enterprise. These small associations being once established, would enlarge until the interest of one would run into and become the interest of another, and ultimately a whole state would be combined as one firm, governed by the same principles of justice and industry, and actuated by the same interests to all physical and intellectual improvement. The first good object of such an association will be to combine interests, wealth, power, sympathy, and benevolence, and to bring men in closer relations as to their social and intellectual natures. Their interests will consist, not in the accumulation of needless wealth, but in happiness, which each person will enjoy, from being so situated as to render others happy. Not for the purpose of speculating upon community will the association labor, but to ameliorate the condition of the mechanic and the various professions, by supplying their wants abundantly, and at a price which falls within their resources. The second object will be to combine labor so judiciously that one man, by working no more than under the present system, may produce twice the amount of labor, and create more food for general consumption. And thus it will be proved that organized industry is the only proper and effectual means of supplying the requirements of consumers, and making labor agreeable, healthful, instructive, and remunerative. Another object will be to increase the demand for laborers, and advance the reward of labor, thereby giving employment to those who are now idle, and providing a proper subsistence for those foreign immigrants who are becoming citizens of the United States, and are being distributed in various portions of each state, destitute of property, health, and food. By increasing the demand for labor and augmenting its reward, industry will become attractive to those who are compelled to labor for a subsistence. And by having this labor well distributed and applied wisely and scientifically, it will make the soil productive, so that under any atmospheric vicissitudes it will yield enough to supply the wants of the whole association, the laborers included, and supply the storehouse with sufficient to redeem all expenses, and dispense an adequate and agreeable reward to each member. Another valuable object will be attained, and that is, that 6 farms of ordinary size, conveniently situated in reference to the ports of commerce or towns and cities, would be made to produce as much as 10 farms of equal size and quality of soil under the present system of cultivation. 3/4 more may be derived from one farm than is under the existing crude system of labor and agricultural science. An application of the principles and teachings of chemistry in the cultivation of the soil would restore to it the most surprising thriftiness and richness of production. It could in a little time be made to produce sufficient to preserve its equilibrium of moisture and fertility, and also to supply the increasing wants of the association and the community. Section 27. If 6 farms, then, can be made to yield as much as 10 do under the present system of agriculture, is it not reasonable to suppose that the various vicissitudes of the seasons cannot destroy more than the amount ordinarily produced by 4 farms? And then the productions of 6 would yet be preserved, which would afford an ample reward to the laborer and the capitalist. No season, however unfavorable, ever destroys more than 1/2 of the ordinary productions of the soil. And even what would remain in such a one would, in association, more than supply all wants, and leave untouched all individual investments. Men who engage in this enterprise must not feel that the accumulation of money is their object, but the greatest amount of happiness. Therefore the 6 agriculturists must be men having a high sense of justice, benevolence, and sympathy, not only for each other, but as respects the social condition of the community at large. They must feel that money is not valuable as productive of happiness, that it is no security against the invasion of disease, poverty, or destitution, that it is no benefit to their children, to community, or to the world. They must feel that money is now but a subject of individual and general infatuation, and that it is a most useless substance, and should not attract the attention of the noble mind, nor command the obedience of that dignified soul who feels that he lives for wisdom and happiness, and not for slavish degradation. With these feelings, they will come together and join their individual possessions, for the purpose of increasing power, charity, benevolence, and happiness. They must not join for the purpose of increasing individual wealth, or speculating on the laborer or the community, but for the purpose of increasing the demand for, and the reward of, labor, and to beautify the soil by applying scientific principles, and thus perfecting its fruitful qualities. These men must well understand the depths of their own judgments, and of their feelings of benevolence and desires for unity. And if each can arrive at the conclusion that they are living here to live again, and that their true desires and destinies are to procure happiness, then they may form an association impervious to all selfish and aristocratic innovations. They must not join their farms for the purpose of receiving as much interest as under their present mode of cultivation, but for the purpose of feeling as one family, united in their interests and enterprise, and one in their intentions to benefit the laboring classes, themselves, and the community at large. In justice, there is no right to claim a stipulated interest for the appropriation of any portion of land, inasmuch as the soil is a bestowment and dispensation of nature, unmerited by the existence, ingenuity, or industry of any human being. In truth, labor is the use and destiny of man on earth, especially when that labor is attractive, well distributed, and well compensated. Then the association must exist on this wise: the existence, person, or body, of every laborer, must be considered as the only real and natural investment in the capital of the firm. The industry of each individual is the personal bestowment of capital, for which each is entitled to every blessing and real requirement of life, and for the bestowment of which the association as a body is accountable. In this way, each individual would feel an interest in the amount of labor accomplished, and its results, and therefore an interest in the action of the whole. Labor alone must be remunerated. Capital should be considered as an auxiliary, as a dispensation of nature, and the foundation upon which the proposed superstructure can rest and be successfully established. The object of having a standard price to each article, and a conventional rule as regulating the creation, deposition, and distribution of the productions, is to facilitate the preservation of memoranda, and to conform as much as possible to mercantile arrangements that are existing, and also that there may be a definite value affixed to each article, to labor, and to the goods or property which each member appropriates to himself from the productions of the whole. These rules of procedure would be proper, in order to conform in a measure to present usages and cherished prejudices, and to a distaste for a too sudden transition from the present system to such an association of labor and interest. Labor must have a reward prescribed in the rules of the compact, and that must be in proportion to the amount and kind of work performed, and the circumstances under which each one labors, each having a position assigned him in the field, which he is qualified to sustain. And this rule must apply to all, from the one who digs the trench, to the governor of the association, and the reward in all cases must be graduated according to the labor accomplished by the individual, and must be determined by the wisdom of the enlightened members and the sanction of the governor. Remember that each one must be situated advantageously in the field and in every other department of the agriculturist association. Let wisdom govern the distribution and compensation of labor, and not desire or impulse. Things being situated in this wise, labor could be rewarded justly and proportionally, and this by a conventional sum established by the wisdom, justice, and benevolence of the first associates. And these must be careful not to have more interest in self-emolument than in the cheerfulness and happiness of the laborer. Understand, then, that each man is to labor 3/4 of a day, for which he is to be credited, and is to have as much as is necessary for his comfort, for which he shall be charged. At the end of each season, a general statement of affairs must be made and presented to each member, stating the amount of labor performed, its reward, the amount of produce received, and the balance of its proceeds after expenses are defrayed. And after each laborer is duly rewarded, the unexhausted wealth must be justly distributed to each primary depositor of property, as the just interest on his investment. Labor is the first and only thing absolutely demanding reward. An interest must be paid upon its outlay, and after this the capitalists may receive the remaining sum, more or less, as interest on their primary deposition of property. The land cannot be destroyed, will not lose its value, will never fail to be a substantial guarantee against poverty or destitution. The human body, the laborer, is the only real capital demanding an interest from the wealth, strength, and opulence of the association. And it is the man and his efforts that must be appreciated, and not the unmerited soil, to which no man by nature has a just and exclusive claim. Section 28. And in order to conform to the present state of education, and to existing social movements, it is proper to commence a new heaven and a new earth with as much caution, gentleness, and judgment, as can be brought to bear, in reference to the present and a better system of social and intellectual affairs. And hence the necessity of having good and benevolent men to give the first impetus, and to consequently compel the remaining portions of the community to adopt a new system of social organization. A sacrifice must be made for the purpose of attaining a glorious reward, and a more desirable state of things. The generality of minds will oppose this benevolent system, and believe it to be impracticable, but this will not arrest the efforts of 6 well-associated agriculturists, and the influence which they will exert over all the portions of each town, county, state, kingdom, and continent. These are the incipient movements necessary to institute or create from the old a new world in respect to social interests and happiness. These first movements, after having been in operation for a few seasons, will resolve themselves into systems already conceived and partly established. New suggestions will be made, leading to improvements in every department of agriculture, science, social reform, and happiness. After being thus organized, each person will conceive how he can improve and advance his individual interests, and also the objects of universal benevolence. Therefore the community will glide imperceptibly from this crude system of association to the highest point of physical, social, and intellectual cultivation, and ultimately they will arrive at that eminence of perfection which will establish peace on earth, love to the neighbor, and goodwill to all men. On this rudimental principle may the association be conceived and established. And it will resolve itself from one system into another, and incessant progress will exemplify the constitutional tendency of human nature, until the earth will yield abundantly, until the farms appear like gardens, until industry is appreciated as a blessing, and every member, participating in the goodness thereof, will fulfill the destiny of his creation. And all being associated in interests and wisdom, will exercise distributive justice, and be happy. Love, unity, peace, power, wisdom, wealth, and happiness will be the inherent attributes of the constitution thus formed. And these attributes will spring up and flow forth among the various and higher branches of art, science, and mechanism. Once established, such an association, and the demand for the invention, perfection, and manufacturing of agricultural implements will be increased. This will arouse the genius of every inventive mind, as men will see the need of instruments to till, beautify, and make fruitful the soil. The influence of this will extend to all mechanics and their various objects of pursuit. Consequently, a corresponding association must be formed among them, so that they may supply the demands of the farmer, and so that the two associations may freely exchange productions and wealth with each other. An association of mechanics for the purpose of perfecting and utilizing machinery may be composed of from 15 to 30 members. An article of agreement must join them in unity, and specify all their various investments, their proposed distribution of labor, the kind needed, the qualifications of the members to perform the various and specific branches of mechanical labor, the number of hours to work in one day, which should be with them not more than 2/3 of sunlight, the advantages which they will have in respect to commerce, and the proposed location of their association, which should be in a convenient and accessible place. These things must be all clearly stated upon their articles of agreement. They must have their principles of mechanism distinctly impressed upon each laborer, and in the same things must all their novices and apprentices be instructed. They must comprehend the requirements and demands of the farmer. They must understand the relation which exists between chemical and mechanical principles. They must study well to adapt each movement in their employment to the various occupations and labors instituted by the agriculturists. They must learn well to perfect and condense labor, by inventing and establishing machinery within the circumference of the farmer's interests, in the form of sawmills, flour mills, manufactories, and establishments for the construction of agricultural implements. An association of mechanics may so diminish their individual liabilities and expenses, as to render machinery available to all demanders, and that at a price corresponding to the cheapness of the soil's productions. As mechanics are now situated, they lose all the advantages of invention and wealth, because they are existing isolatedly, each striving to compete with, or take advantage of, his neighbor. They have power and wealth immense, but this being distributed among individuals, loses in influence and profitableness, and thus they are weak, though strong, and are contending, though one in occupation. An association will remedy all these evils, for instead of each mechanic having an establishment incurring individual expenses, they may combine their power, wisdom, and wealth, unite their movements, and organize their laborers, and then the expenses of a large association will not exceed those of 5 individual establishments as these now exist. Instead of having workshops disconnected, they may have them all combined in one well-constructed establishment erected by the association, sustained by their united wealth, and supported by the immense productions of the agricultural association. Every laborer could obtain provision for himself and his family with ease and without fear of destitution, because provisions would exist in abundance. Thus cheerfully impelled onward, each mechanic would gravitate to the establishment of the association, and enjoy a pleasure in industry. His mind would be unclouded with the fear of poverty and domestic necessities. He would work the time allotted, and devote the remainder of the day to amusement, instruction, contemplation, and investigation. He would feel an interest in labor, both for his own personal and for the general welfare. He would not be fatigued with gratification or monotony, but the hours of labor would be a relief from other pursuits in which he might be engaged, and the variety would make existence desirable and render it a blessing. Such would be the situation and condition of each member of the association. Section 29. Each member must be interested in his own success and the success of the whole establishment. Each one must consider his person, his body, as living capital invested. His labor will be the interest of that capital, which will supply his individual necessities, and conduce to the wealth and emolument of the whole association. For remember that labor, when justly appreciated, organized, and remunerated, will yield more absolute wealth than it now can, under the present system of fatiguing and disgusting employment. One man would accomplish as much in 2/3 of one day, thus situated, as 3 would at present. Then the reward of that labor, being proportionate, would more than supply his necessities, and would contribute to enrich the treasury of the association besides. As labor is distributed at present among mechanics, at least 1/3 of the labor apparently accomplished results in no good, but in absolute injury. Among mechanics, there are some who obstruct the process of business and counteract the efforts of others, for what one does is undone by another. They are like a machine disabled, and unmoved by any adequate power, foreign or inherent. The parts of this machine are the laborers. They, as cogs in a wheel, should be situated with reference to each other so as to produce harmony in their motion, and power in their action and influence. Each man, as a cogwheel of the machine, must be relatively and wisely placed, in order to realize all the harmony and accomplish all the labor desired. On this principle must labor be organized. In the mechanical establishment, each member will have his position and labor allotted to him by the judgment of the governor or qualified judge of justice and industry. Each member, then, will assume a position in the living machine of human industry in which he may assist those below and above him, and contribute to the wealth, strength, and harmony of the whole. This establishment should be near some thriving village or opulent city, and accessible to some seaport, so that they may hold commerce with regions where their materials exist, and with all manufacturing establishments in the state or states of the continent. Their chief object must be to assist the agriculturist in his ennobling enterprise. They must feel an interest in beautifying and perfecting the soil, so that all wants may be supplied. An association thus constituted would not long exist before their interests would run into and inseparably unite them with the agriculturist association. For farmers, being enlightened in the science of cultivation, would feel the immediate importance of mechanical invention, and of the application of mechanical principles and machinery in the cultivation of the earth. They would discover that machines, not yet in their possession, would be useful as auxiliaries. Thus their demand for mechanical labor would be increased. This would stimulate the association to study, construct, and perfect machinery to suit the requirements of the soil and its cultivators. This would give them labor immense, and hence they could not resist the feeling of interestedness in the welfare and improvement of those requiring their inventions. Thus the mechanic would feel an interest in the agriculturist, the result of which would be a combination and condensation of wealth and power, and thus the whole would become an agri-mechanical association. The bodily necessities of the multitude thus employed would create a substantial center of interest for the various tradesmen and mechanical productors that now exist individually in society. The abundance of cattle and herds produced would contribute very largely to the interests of the manufacturers of leather, and they, by following similar suggestions and improvements, would concentrate and combine their occupation in a form so as to compete and correspond with those who supply them with business, at a price in inverse proportion to the abundance of the stock produced. The leather manufacturers would soon discover that the articles of their creation can be supplied with more abundance and ease under this system than under the present, and their processes would be so greatly improved and accelerated as to enable them to manufacture their leather with more promptness and pleasure, and then to afford the community their productions at a price corresponding to the price of that which they receive. The shoe manufacturers would then find it proper and profitable to form themselves into a similar association. One association in this branch may be composed of from 75 to 100 members. With an equal distribution of labor according to individual ability and desire, they may combine their stock, labor, and movements, and produce 1/3 more than the same number of men at present, under the most favorable circumstances. Each one may have his peculiar branch allotted to him, and not be compelled to do any more than his interest may dictate, remembering that his interest must be the interest of the association. Similar principles of labor and investment must be adopted as in the other associations, and the object of their labor and productions must be centered in the desire to supply as abundantly as possible the demands of the agri-mechanical association and the poor in society. Inasmuch as their expenses will be decreased from 1/3 to 1/2, thus associated, it is agreeable to reason to suppose that what they may produce will flow forth and supply all demands with a spontaneousness that will encourage every laborer and bless every destitute being. In like manner may an association of hatters be formed, the number of members being the same. There should be with them the same investment of body, interest, and labor, and the same reciprocal and harmonious movement should be established. And the object to be attained must in every particular be similar to that of the shoe manufacturers. So likewise may the clothiers or garment makers be joined, and be producers of wealth and happiness upon the same reciprocal principles. And there are minor occupations, all of which should be comprehended within the three great associations. They may be so situated as to have their interests parallel with the interests of the organized bodies, which will be planned and elucidated by those who will study the principles of social industry, interest, wealth, and power. Men may pass from the present into this system without any material sacrifice, and with the full assurance of retaining their present personal possessions, and if vigorous in their enterprise, they will acquire much more. Section 30. There is no means at first to ameliorate the condition and curtail the labor of females. At present, each female parent has as much labor to accomplish in her household as 3 can with propriety do. The reason is clear: every woman having a family is obliged to struggle through isolated labor unassisted, and with domestic embarrassments which are frequent and increasing. And the labor of every family is as much as the labor of 3 would be if they were situated nearer to each other, so that one large and well-constructed machine, by the assistance of a few females, would do all the washing of a large number of families. And baking, sewing, embroidery, horticulture, and all labor suitable to each qualified female, may be performed with more ease, less embarrassment, and with delight. These are among the progressive steps not as yet well to urge, inasmuch as they will be the spontaneous effects of the primary movements herein recommended for the farmer and the mechanic. The order, form, and influence of these cooperative associations will legitimately extend to the manufacturers of cotton and woolen fabrics, and the action upon them will be effectual and salutary. They will find it impossible to subsist under their present system of labor, for the opulence and strength of the Agri-Mechanical Association will indicate the possibility of establishing manufactories of a more agreeable and productive nature. The manufacturers, then, will be driven to the exercise of reason and justice, a conformity to which, however, will be found more profitable and agreeable than their present isolated operations. The result will be a reorganization and condensation of labor among this class, and its remuneration will create an interest and happiness among the operatives. Of the cotton and wool manufacturers, the proprietors of from 4 to 6 establishments may associate, unite their wealth, combine their strength, and become a powerful monopoly whose influence will extend through every state and into other kingdoms. They, like other associationists, will discover the proper means of establishing their interests and organizing their labor in due relation to the interests and labor of the agriculturist and the mechanic. In foreign kingdoms, operatives are compelled to labor from 2/3 to 3/4 of every 24 hours unrewarded. Their physical energies are prostrated, their labor is misdirected, and their productions are not much honor to the employer, being associated in the mind with poverty, disease, and death. An association may so direct the movements of the laborers as to make them all productive, pleasurable, interesting, and remunerative. Those who engage in, and become members of, the association, may have their respective positions assigned to them in the various branches of labor in the establishment. So well may they be arranged in forms, series, and groups, in positions, movements, and qualifications, that all united will be as a moving machine, exceedingly productive of the various articles they can join to create. In the manufactories, this system of labor has already arrived to some degree of perfection. Manufacturers exercise more wisdom in the distribution of labor than do most other men. Yet they are laboring under disadvantageous and monopolizing influences, foreign and immediate, which compel them to enforce the operatives to more labor than they in justice can be required to perform, and to reduce their compensation, and all for the purpose of overcoming, and yet sustaining, monopoly and competition. Their form of association will be derived from those established before them. The most active means must be instituted, the most enlightened ingenuity must be exercised, and the most benevolent and just feelings cultivated, and these will secure harmony in their proceedings, success in their enterprise, and unity in their stock, strength, labor, wealth, and benevolence. Their interests are so intimately allied to those of the wool and cotton growers, that it will be impossible for one to thrive without affecting the other correspondingly. The perfection of agricultural science, and the knowledge of the constituent parts of the vegetable and animal forms, will give to the cultivator of the soil a controlling influence over the mechanic and the manufacturer. He will learn to produce well, cheaply, and abundantly, and even not to feel the expense of the production. The wool, selected in parcels of various degrees of refinement, may by the Agriculturist Association be made suitable to enter the machine to come forth in cloth for the community. If manufacturers will not unite their operations with those of the cultivator, the mechanics, so intimately connected, will unite in establishing a manufactory for their own benefit and objects of benevolence, and thus drive those, who are not willing, to organize themselves correspondingly without, to flow into, and become members of, the united establishment. Once join the farmer and mechanic in unity and benevolence of action, and the whole social world will be obliged to follow their example, or form a close relation to the associations that will be already established. Thus the sympathy will be communicated from the Agricultural Association to the various departments of trade, mechanism, and manufacturing. And the germ once deposited on the bosom of the soil, will grow up unimpeded, until all other departments of society will come into corresponding unity of action and interest. Section 31. The next and most important movement will be among the various professions. The great load of corruption and social disease arising from their vitiating situations will then be nearly removed, and every member will become a useful wheel in the great machine of humanity. The immediate effect of the preceding associations will be felt among the legal profession. For men will have learned to exercise the principles of legal and moral justice in their own lives, and in the affairs of their various establishments. There will be no necessity for long and tedious suits concerning personal or real estates. The business of chancery will be diminished. The exercise of superficial justice will be discarded and despised, and the profession will glory in the downfall of that which they are now convinced is neither righteous nor beneficial in its influence. There may then be an association of this profession consisting of from 75 to 150 members, each member to contribute capital of valuable information to the treasury of knowledge, which the chief and best qualified mind must preserve. They must not confine their attention exclusively to the principles of legal and social jurisprudence, but they must investigate and accumulate valuable information to benefit the farmer, the mechanic, and the manufacturer. They must promote justice in the discovery and application of practical principles, and this should be the chief object of the legal association. They may devise, according to their associated wisdom, the most agreeable social constitution similar to those already established. And it is proper for each member to have his field of investigation allotted to him, and all should observe the various changes of occupation necessary to sustain physical and cultivate intellectual health. Their labor, then, may be distributed in this manner. 4 hours of each day may be devoted to the demonstration of the practicability of discovered principles. Their work should pass through the various series, one being higher than the other, for criticism, until it reaches their governor, who shall reject or sanction their conclusions. In one association there may be 6 series. The first or rudimental series should be engaged in the useful departments of elementary science and literature. The labors of this should be modified and corrected by the second series, enlarged by the third, demonstrated by the fourth, their various ramifications may be unfolded and their practicability determined by the fifth. The whole may be rejected or sanctioned by the sixth, which shall consist of the governor and his associates. And thence the discoveries or principles will flow perfected to the farmer and the mechanic, and their application will enrich the soil, bless the farmer's industry, inspire the mechanic with confidence in the foundation of his movements, and make his efforts successful, and their general influence will be adapted to the wants of the community, and the results will be honoring to the legal profession, as displaying distributive justice and harmony in their highest modes of manifestation. This association must be watchful of, and interested in, the various movements of the associationists. They must elucidate and explain all principles of justice and amicableness to each member, lecture to them, and instruct their minds in the mysteries of nature, her beauties, her bestowments, teachings, and requirements, and in all principles which are necessary for each individual to comprehend, for happiness. 4 hours of each day should be thus occupied by the various series of the legal association. The governor must be the supreme judge of equity and harmony, which he must freely dispense among the various groups of each association when required. He and his courtiers or associates must be the just jurors or judges of every apparent discrepancy that may occur. Everyone should repose confidence in them, because their objects and interests must be reciprocal. They must not rest when there are any elements of dissatisfaction in any of the various groups of the community. They must not, as they now do, wait until such disturbances involve families and estates in long and tedious discussions, but they must be peacemakers, and go and extinguish all corrupting disaffections ere they are fanned into a dissolving flame of passion and social contention. Thus they will not only teach, but practice the principles of distributive justice, the tranquilizing influence of which will advance them to honor, and elevate every member in the various associations. Thus labor is to be distributed in this association for 4 hours of each day. The remainder of sunlight will be devoted to the cultivation of the floral kingdom, to the fine and refining arts, to amusements, to any diversion, so long as that benefits the physical and elevates the moral being. An association cannot long exist on this wise before they will be attracted to the beauties of the soil. They will appreciate its blessings, and resort to it as a diversion and pleasure, and as a relief from the incessant fatigues of wealthy gratification, and the depression of mental attention and emulation. They will discover in labor an attraction, and they will devote themselves, as inclination may dictate, to the farming, mechanical, and manufacturing employments. Some will be predisposed to the invention of machinery, to which a portion of their time will be with pleasure and profit devoted. Others will be interested in the artistic pursuits, employing themselves in sculpture, portrait and landscape painting, and also in expressing their instincts, affections, genius, and intelligence in the multifarious creations which will spontaneously flow from their association and general unity of interest. All that should be done in the way of legalizing and demonstrating the principles of justice to the community can be accomplished in the brief period of 4 hours in each day. And in whatsoever additional pursuits they engage, their time and talents will be remunerated in proportion to all their physical and mental wants, remembering that wisdom is to be the administrator. Their existence will be useful, honored, elevated, and generally purifying to all the lower yet happy laboring classes. Immediately will the fire of this association be communicated to the physicians, who will form a similar association or institution, constituted of a similar number of congenial and well-qualified members. The medical institution will be devoted to the discovery and arrest of disease, and not to the tiresome practice of curing diseases which are already contracted, as is the mode at present. This institution must also be composed of 6 series, or states, or parts, the center of which will be their professor and judge. Labor is to be distributed among each series such as they are qualified and willing to perform. Their interests, as a whole, will be the interest of the other and subordinate associations. The labor of the first series must be to explore the physical condition and structure of every individual, and to communicate their discoveries to the second series. These are to investigate the facts and place them in a proper juxtaposition to the name of the diseased or defective individual, and the group of which he is a member. The statements in this form must be given to the third, analyzed by them and given to the fourth. The proper remedies and treatment must be stated by them and given to the fifth, who will decide upon the appropriateness of the remedy to the cause and nature of the disease. The sixth, consisting of the judge and professors, will sanction or disapprove the proposed treatment, and dispatch the proper members to officiate in the application of their remedies to the patient. In this way may every disease be discovered, properly understood, and most permanently cured, which never can be done under the present system of isolated investigation and practice. Then all professional discussions, anathemas, and denunciations will be abolished, and conflicting systems of practice will not exist, for all will be combined as one true system, taught and established in the nature of things. Section 32. 4 hours of each day may be thus employed. Let the chief object and interest be to keep the people from violation by teaching them the constitution of their being, the necessity of obedience, and the propriety of cleanliness, exercise, and judgment, in all their individual and social relations. Each individual must learn the importance of exercising a clear and potent wisdom in his living and occupation, and the various associations must construct all the conveniences for bathing, washing, and thorough cleansing, as they are directed by the physicians. They must be governed in their household relations, in their diet, in all things relating to health, according to the dictation of the physicians. Such must be the labor of the physicians, and such must be its results. Each association will reward the legal and medical institutions in proportion to the good they accomplish in their 4 hours of industry, which will be vast and appreciated. For talent will be deeply esteemed, and proportionally remunerated. Each association will discover that they cannot succeed without the existence of the legal and medical professions, for the first will disseminate the principles of justice, and the latter the blessings of health and the knowledge of personal physiology. One will be indispensable to the other, and thus they will approve, assist, and bless each other's movements. Another object of the medical institution must be to investigate the principles of chemistry, physiology, allopathy, homeopathy, hydropathy, magnetism, atmospheric and solar electricity, and all things appertaining to the human body, either directly or indirectly. They will discover that each one of the various systems of medical practice at present existing contains some, but not all truth, as is claimed for each one by its respective professors. They will discover that each system recognizes some principles susceptible of the most beneficial application. They must combine all the medical discoveries and sciences, and, from a searching investigation, produce one grand and unequivocal system of medical practice. Let their superior wisdom direct the application of each discovery, principle, prescription, rule of regimen and therapeutics. And by the conventional sanction of the judge and professors, an incontrovertible system will be established, which will arrest, overcome, and dispel every species of organic and functional disease. Each series and degree of members must have their field of labor and investigation so wisely adapted to their abilities as to make the distribution of industry in the whole institution to precisely correspond with that of the associations upon which they depend, and among which they officiate. The remainder of the day may be devoted to social festivities and all species of gymnastic exercises calculated to promote physical vigor and energy of intellect. Or they may participate in the various and agreeable branches of agriculture, mechanism, and art. They may enter into every species of amusement, so long as an unclouded wisdom sanctions the justice, propriety, and profitableness thereof. On this wise may one legal and medical association be established, and they will constitute an established central and attractive power, such as cannot be resisted. Its influence will extend over all the relative professions, and form them into a similar community of wealth and elevation. And now will the highest profession be compelled, for they will not make the move without compulsion, to form a similar constitution, for the unrestricted dissemination of knowledge, the crushing of prejudices, and the advancement of the moral and intellectual world? The clerical profession must form an institution for the purpose of moral culture and spiritual progress. And inasmuch as they are, or at least should be, the most worthy of all professions and individuals in the constitution of society, it is necessary to explain the most feasible and congenial plan of reforming them, so that they may reform society. Clergymen, associated in numbers of from 50 to 75, may organize an institution in which each member, the whole being distributed in classes, may occupy a position according to the requirements of the institute, and the use it is intended to accomplish. This institution is to be arranged upon principles similar to those controlling others, with members so arranged as to produce an harmonious movement, both among themselves and with reference to the community. It is to be the seminary for instruction, especially for instruction in the higher branches of knowledge. It is to have concentrated all the combined literature, science, philosophy, and theology that now exist in the universities and collegiate institutions of the land. Their object must be to understand the depths and widths of natural law and science, to bring forth and analyze all the theological isms of the land, to reject the evil and preserve the good out of the vast congregation of systems, to understand the theology of nature, and the manifest constitution of the divine mind, and to blend science, and theology, and reason, and philosophy, into one grand system of education. They must discard all restriction of thought and investigation, all circumscribing prejudices, all unholy teachings and systems that now pervade the mental world, and finally, they must discard all things tending to establish sex, or to promote distinction or prejudice, and receive only that which flows spontaneously from the indications of nature, and the sanctions of a free and well-constructed judgment. This must be the object impressed upon such a number of clergymen before they can effectually reform the social and moral world, and form an immovable institution of knowledge and righteousness. With this object duly in view, the institution may be established in this order and form, to succeed, and bless society. 75 members or as many as should enter into one association. These may be divided into 6 classes. To preserve form and order, they should be situated in progressive relation to each other, so that the 6 series may be so many steps of literary, scientific, and theological development, commencing at the primary class, and ascending to him who presides in the sanctuary of the people. The first class must be composed of qualified individuals whose degree will be above the office of the highest physician in the previous institution. They are to be the transition step from the legal and medical field into the scientific and philosophical. They must take up the various subjects where the physician leaves off. And the results accumulated by them must be transferred to the 2nd degree, and so onward and upward to the 6th, who shall be the emperor of social righteousness. Thence their vast scientific and spiritual accumulations will flow to the lower associations, be comprehended by them, well adapted to their wants, actualized, and made eminently useful and practical. Section 33. The 6 degrees are all steps of relative perfection. Each person, according as he has advanced, may be designated by the peculiar brilliancy, taste, and elegance of his habiliments. A distinction must thus be established, in order that there may be an attraction for the situation of every individual that will extend to and elevate the lower classes. The members in the various degrees are to be situated in positions agreeable to their most wise desires, and according as their abilities to sustain and render themselves useful may suggest. The establishment to be erected by this institution may in its architectural qualities display all the superior combinations of beauty, use, order, form, adaptation, agreeableness, and magnificence. It may be decorated with examples of every mechanical and architectural invention. It may represent in structure externally the combined contributions of art, science, and architecture, and be a standard of magnificence, and all this for the important purpose of representing the advancement of this age beyond those that are gone by, and for the purpose of indicating the progress of the race. The structure should be such as to captivate all tastes and affections, and to suit all desires in respect to order, form, and splendor, and it should be a standing representative of the wisdom, wealth, strength, opulence, and refinement of the whole nation. Interiorly, it should possess the attributes of cheerfulness, fascination, splendor, convenience, and refinement, and should embody all the architectural conceptions of what should be the sanctuary of human wisdom and righteousness. It should have 6 apartments, which must, in structure, correspond to the degrees of their respective occupants. Each chamber, or apartment, should possess all the conveniences suitable to the department of the association to which it belongs, and the appearance of each member must fully correspond to the position occupied. Thus the building, both internally and externally, must be adapted to, and must correspond with, the use and end contemplated, as also must its occupants to the offices respectively assigned to them, and thus the whole institution will display the harmony of wisdom in actual demonstration. The emperor and his courtiers and counselors are to legislate for the several associations within the circumference assigned to their institution. They are to disseminate, irrespectively, justice and judgment to every individual, and to be the governors, presidents, kings, or lords, to exercise justice and wisdom as derived from science and the savings of combined systems by them accumulated, analyzed, refined, and practically applied. They are to be the governors in respect to all which subordinate classes require to bless and make them happy. They are to have perfect confidence in the people, which the latter, as brethren, will desire and reciprocate. The lower associations will represent the successive developments of the great human machine of industry and happiness, and the highest or clerical institution must be the pervading power to penetrate and start into unceasing activity all the subordinate departments of society. They must legislate for, and apply the principles of morality, science, and refinement, to every individual who requires, and thus sustain a watchfulness over the whole flock, feeling desirous to perfect and perpetuate social unity, and thus contribute to the interests and requirements of the whole. Seminaries and universities at present existing, are not such as disseminate the kind of knowledge that mankind require. And as they are isolatedly and conventionally situated and supported, they are not accessible to those classes who need education and refinement. Therefore, to prevent the perpetuation of this educational system, let an institution be formed as has been proposed. Let the reward which is now given to pastors by their congregations, the wealth lavished upon the erection and gorgeous embellishment of the churches and systems that are now individually or collectively supported, within a given territory, be combined and concentrated, with the strength and intelligence of the people, into just one institution of 75 members. It may be supported by the same amount of contributions that are now made to individual societies, clergymen, and universities. This project can be easily accomplished by presenting the public mind with a clear calculation and statement of the funds required, the movements necessary, and the amount of good to be legitimately derived therefrom by all. In each county, shire, state, or kingdom, there is wealth expended sufficient to organize and sustain more institutions of this character than will be found absolutely necessary. Then collegiate technicalities will be bestowed upon those who are qualified to justly appreciate and apply the immense and useful attainments which they will denote. But the identity of these several institutions now existing will be lost, and their isolated wealth will be distributed among deserving individuals. It will extend to the almshouse, to the asylum, to the hospital, to the mariners' association, and to the poor of every town and state, and it will not lose its force until it descends, by the industry of every restored and elevated being, to the soil, whence it will send forth an abundance to all in return. This all may be done without seriously depreciating the capital or riches of one person in society. On the contrary, it will enrich and advance them to honor and happiness. The change must be only in this particular at present, viz., that the various sects, with their clergymen, should, instead of dividing, unite their strength and wealth, with their bestowments upon missionaries and upon isolated institutions of education, and thus an alliance should be effected between all sections. Their clergymen should meet, assisted by the same as they now receive, or any proper sum, as a reward for their industry, and form an institution upon the principles of distributive justice and wisdom. And those who now support religious systems and benevolent institutions will find it much to their advantage to cast their bestowments into the treasury of such an enterprise, for for all would be correspondingly enriched and elevated thereby. On this wise, then, may clergymen be improved in situation, and be advanced to personal and general honor, wisdom, and righteousness. Section 34. The form and structure of society is now made manifest. The formation of the agricultural, mechanical, and manufacturing degrees or associations of industry, strength, and wealth, are the three movements necessary for society, that it may preserve its identity, and establish a foundation on which to exist and thrive immensely. These are the rudimental forms necessary to establish. They, as one, constitute the body of love, or of reciprocal movement. The farmer, mechanic, and manufacturer are a trinity composing one body of industry and equal distributions of labor. They are at the bottom, and support all else, and hence correspond to the principle of love contained and demonstrated in the nature of the divine creations. Then the legal, medical, and clerical associations are a trinity forming one whole, which corresponds to wisdom. The first arrange all conventional movements on the principles of equity, harmony, and practicability. They restore all deranged or defective personal and conventional bodies to a state of health and harmony, and consequently are those who recognize justice and display it without distinction in their various administrations. The second seek out and restore all the subjects of disease, whether personal or general, to a state of health and strength, and thus assist the legal profession in their occupation and influence. The third accumulate science, art, theology, and philosophy, which they make perfect and practicable. These they disseminate among, and freely apply to, the members of each association, as they in wisdom desire or require. Hence the clerical institution will be the great court of justice, the temple of liberty, and the sanctuary of knowledge and righteousness. Their influence, in practice, will proclaim, "Fear not, for behold we bring you glad tidings of great joy which shall be unto all people." The response will be, "Glory to God in the highest, on earth peace, goodwill to men." Thus the legal, medical, and clerical associations are three parts of one whole system, which corresponds to wisdom. So the structure of society will be an imitation of the structure of the universe, and its soul will be like the structure of the divine mind, which is love and wisdom. The kingdom of heaven will be on earth, and under its dominion each one may repose in undisturbed confidence, fulfill the destiny of his being, and glorify the unbounded blessings of higher spheres. Family forms, sympathies, and relations, it is proper to preserve inasmuch as it is not necessary to change any of the conjugal attachments that now exist, to successfully establish the principles and movements of an association. Directions concerning these things will naturally arise from the wisdom and investigation consequent on such a social organization. But education, both primary and scientific, needs to be essentially changed, that is, there must not exist so many and dissimilar modes of impressing youthful minds with doctrine instead of practice, and with useless instead of practicable principles. There must exist a unity in education, and a progress in administering instruction to the young. And, agreeably with the sympathies and present prejudices of every family, the present system may be essentially and profitably modified in the following manner. The agricultural association may have a department and system of rudimental instruction for their young, in which may be taught the primary rules of orthography, etymology, syntax, and prosody. These should perfect the instruction in this department. The mechanical association may have a system in unity of plan with the latter, taking from this lower branch into their own hands the charge of the education which may be given to their children. This stage of education should range from the primary, through geography, arithmetic, and mathematics, comprehending all the primary principles of mechanism, and the general principles of the whole agri-mechanical association. The manufacturers will likewise adopt a system of educating their young which will proceed from the general education of the latter class into its various ramifications, and will also consist in practically demonstrating the principles impressed on their children in the school of the mechanics. The legal association may have a seminary for taking up the various instructions of the last system, and carrying them on through the rudimental branches of their own attainments. And so the medical and clerical associations must proceed, the latter to bestow every species of valuable information in possession of the race. They are to teach none other than sound, unprejudicial, and practical principles of life and happiness. And the instructions in this department are to be considered the completion of every proper and useful education. The various associations may have systems thus successively established, so that in the ascension from the farmers to the highest institution, one perfect system of education may be completed. It will be discovered, according to various writers on education, that children should not be mentally fatigued with instructions derived from books, a monitor, or anything that may interfere with the natural process of the development of their tender faculties, and that an age of from 6 to 8 years is necessary for each child to attain before being introduced into any school of education. In this way all fatigue may be escaped, and all youthful interest for instruction be preserved. At the age of 8 years, the natural predisposition and mental and physical qualifications of each child will be sufficiently unfolded to indicate to the parent the kind of education or employment which would be agreeable and proper. It will be found that some children will pass from the farmer's family through all the systems, until they attain a high seat in the people's sanctuary. And this will be determined by the innate aspirations of the mind indicated even in childhood. If the child is born amid the circumstances of the agriculturist, and if, as the faculties unfold, he indicates a disposition for science and philosophy, and manifests a general veneration, he should pass directly from the primary school to the legal, and thence to the clerical. If a child is inclined to the medical profession, let his inclinations be cultivated, and let him pass directly from the primary to the medical school, where he will receive his required instruction. A pre-qualification and predisposition should never escape the observation of a parent, in any of his children. His convictions must be communicated to the institution to which the child is by nature attracted, and by which its education will be freely given. Section 35. It will also be discovered that some children born amid the circumstances of the legal, medical, and clerical profession will be disqualified for any of these, and by nature, will gravitate to the mechanical or agricultural employment. So there will be an equal and just exchange of desires and attractions among the children of each association, which will gratify their parents, and banish all social disturbance from the community. On these principles will education of every low and high degree be perfected, distributing equality or preference to all according to innate ability and natural attraction. As men are at present situated, education does violence in many instances, both to body and mind. Some who are now debased, digging the trench, laying the wall, or slavishly tilling the earth, are better qualified by nature to be physicians, or teachers of science, than many of those who are thus situated. Many who are now clergymen would be in their element if in the workshop or in the field. So with many physicians, lawyers, manufacturers, and mechanics. Men are now compelled to engage, for a subsistence, in that in which it is neither their nature nor desire to engage. This is the reason why the various professions have men who dishonor their employment and prostitute their superficial education. And so men in the various branches of farming and manufacturing who do not succeed in their employment, being always dissatisfied, striving to escape from their situations, and being finally compelled to remain, lose all interest in their avocations, and are neither useful to themselves nor to society. Details concerning these important truths may be found in the writings of valuable men who have thought upon and investigated the causes of social disunity, and unfolded the errors of present education. But it would not be important to multiply examples in this place. Yet these can be perceived by every enlightened mind who can distinguish the relation between cause and effect. Association would remedy all these evils, would not only cultivate all the good interests of the human soul, but give them a truthful and proper direction. Men who are now engaged in the various modes of employment, would at once gravitate to that which is most congenial to their nature and qualifications. Children would inevitably do the same, and therefore an equality would be the highest result of such a social and educational organization. Every facility must be conceived and practiced by the superior association, for the purpose of instructing and refining each child and parent. Women, in each association, should exercise as much taste as the men inasmuch as they suggest all the life-imparting impulses to the male department. They must cultivate and display their conceptions of the beautiful as manifested in any of the delicate arts and sciences, which must be among the chief objects of the ascending and superior associations to cultivate. The floral kingdom can be greatly advanced in beauty, order, and instruction. All the high degrees of beauty which may be displayed in dress and ornament, and the various possessions sanctioned by the wisdom of the governor, can be derived from the delicate textures of flowers. This may be the primary field of the females. Thence they may ascend to the refined arts of painting, embroidery, and all the higher branches as relating to beauty and grandeur, and cultivate all the lovely conceptions of nature and art. These things must be the essential attraction of the female. And she will receive all the accomplishments which a superior wisdom can dispense, and which well-constructed institutions abundantly possess. Thus the education of youth, male and female, may be conducted, and the result will be a total destruction of all disunity now caused by individuals occupying situations for which they by nature are in no wise qualified. Such must be the body, and the movements within must be the soul, of society. The superior or clerical association should thus be the seat of justice, legislation, and dispensation, and all subordinate ones will perform the important offices assigned them. And from the harmony and unity of the whole, will proceed social happiness and spiritual elevation. One facility, one most powerful engine of freedom and of the distribution of thought, must be attached to the superior association, and thus be a part of it, and that is the press. This wields an omnipotent scepter over the public mind, and is a rightful vehicle for the dissemination of personal, local, scientific, and general information. A printing department, then, should be composed of a congregation of present proprietors, and conducted upon the most expeditious principles which the science of mechanism can without difficulty supply. A multitude of presses may be governed by one well-constructed engine, and labor may be so distributed as that as much labor as is at present accomplished may be performed in 1/3 of the time. This must form an important part of the superior association. The interest of printers must be concentrated on the great end of social unity, and on the equal distribution of knowledge. Until they agree to this, there will exist as much disunity in their pursuits as now exists. Those who are competent to preside at the editorial table should perceive at a glance the consistency of this proposed system. They, moreover, should exert their influence in promulgating the high principles of magnanimity and benevolence of soul. One truth, however, is particularly impressive, and that is, that if he who wields the pen to inform the public mind through journals and books of the day, does not perceive the importance of these principles of social reform, he is most certainly not qualified for the office which he is compelled by circumstances to occupy. A movement cannot be depended upon as commencing in this class, but only among the laboring classes, the farmers and the mechanics, who, when once organized, will draw the social world into their consociable embrace. The mercantile business as now existing will be essentially changed. The provisions sold by the grocer will be procured from the establishment of the farmers. And this will consequently compel those of this branch to congregate into a large association, or submit to be attracted into the various employments adopted by the 6 associations. The same destiny awaits those who are now engaged in the retail of manufactured goods, for the manufacturers will also have an establishment for their productions, which will be distributed according to increasing demands. And this will be more convenient and profitable than to have their productions gyrate through the hands of the tradesman, which is nothing more nor less than advancing the first profits to a price almost equal to the cost of the goods primarily. The detached mechanics in villages and cities will be drawn into the associations, for they cannot exist separate from them. Section 36. Finally, the rudimental movements of the association must begin on these gentle principles, and then they will gradually modify the present system until it is resolved into a new one. This plan will not offend established prejudices, nor disturb the present relations of families, friends, and social organizations, but it will address itself to those who are advanced and prepared to enter immediately on this grand and elevating enterprise of social and moral reformation. I am not impressed to enter into details concerning the advanced stages of the reorganization, nor of the movements required, as these will be for future consideration, and the careful investigation of their promulgators. Wisdom and circumstances will govern the details of the several associations, and therefore it would be premature to attempt now to unfold the subject. The machinery, the structure, the primary movements have thus been suggested and explained, and if they are in their essential teachings obeyed, the legitimate consequences will be the peace and happiness which the race desires. This will be the era of peace. And remarkable as it may appear, it is true that the most prominent writers, from the time of Confucius and Zoroaster to the present century, have spoken of this period with a great deal of prophetic delight. Each one has contributed some principles that are true and practicable. They descend from the heathen philosophers, and flow through the Old and New Testaments, and are presented in various forms at the present day. Swedenborg has done more than any other person to accumulate, sift, and preserve the useful productions of each nation, and he has formed them into a system that is practicable and serviceable to every mind. Yet they cannot now be understood or applied so extensively as when the superior association is formed, and their wisdom is concentrated for the purpose of accumulating and applying all truths. Heretofore I have referred to the several revelations that have been given by men in every century within the limits of national chronology. Their teachings in the main are important. They can only be proved so, and applied with a benefit, after society is formed into a closer and more agreeable relation. Now it is made manifest that the teachings of Jesus were descriptions of effects to flow legitimately from such a social organization. And likewise the prophets indulged in the same delightful anticipations of glorious effects to be one day enjoyed on earth. Men have not distinguished properly, in examining the teachings of Jesus, the nature and relation of cause and effect. These they have confounded, and generally the effects described by him are taken for primary causes to reform society. The golden rule, the feeling of brotherly love, love to the neighbor, and such like, are not causes, but effects, which will be realized and consummated ere long on earth. He taught what should be, not that which would produce it. He spoke of effects, not causes. He spoke of unity, and spiritual consolation, elevation, and happiness, but not of social evils, their causes, and the means to remove them. Then he who loves and admires the doctrines of this great and glorious reformer, should abandon immediately the preaching of effects, and exercise his wisdom to reconstruct society, to introduce causes which may harmonize social interests, so that those very desirable effects may be realized. He who would honor his master, or the type of the human race, which is Jesus, must abandon mere speech, and proceed to action. Preach in deed, and not in speech. Cease unmeaning prayers, and go forth into the sinks of social wretchedness and desolation, and offer an assisting hand, which is a prayer divinely manifested. Discrimination must be made between the causes of social evil and the effects of brotherly kindness and charity, which latter only were described by the elevated moral reformer. This being done, no man will be called a heretic if he proposes movements of reform not intimated in the teachings of Jesus, for one thing is certain, that no man can transcend the principles of these teachings in his most active imaginations of social unity and peace, inasmuch as they are the highest principles of social and moral reciprocation. This once acknowledged, and it will be conceded that he honors the teachings of Jesus, who is active in instituting principles and movements of reform, so that the grand effect of love to the neighbor may be fully and unchangeably established. Recurrence to the writings of Charles Fourier is necessary for the purpose of bringing his social system before the world, so that mankind may investigate it, and give a just verdict as to its truth, morality, and practicability. It is impossible to escape the conclusion that he revealed many truthful causes and principles of reform that must be in some degree practiced before the kingdom of heaven can be established on earth. I am impressed, then, to suggest that those who engage in the reform should accumulate the various principles and suggestions of moral and philosophical writers. They must discover how much real truth each author embodies, its relation to present existing evils, the extent of its application, and the results if practiced. The great movements of the day are all advancing the public to this desirable consummation. The efforts for the abolition of slavery, those for the repeal of capital punishment, the reform of prison discipline, the temperance reformation, the liberality of the various sects, the general open demand of the public mind for some relief from social and mental embarrassments, the agitations in various portions of Europe, the elevation of the public morals, the manifest sympathies toward the poor and degraded, the excitement among the inhabitants of Scotland for the relief of their poor, the general condition of France, the liberal investigations of Germany, the researches among the tombs and monuments of Egypt, revealing the truths of national antiquity, the absolute predominance of facts over imagination, and truth over error, the general condition of the heathen world, and finally the movements among every nation of the earth, both social, scientific, and spiritual, all proclaim the approach of this sublime era. Our country, its interests, wealth, and government, are fearfully involved in a peace-destroying war, the result of which will be a powerful reaction on every mind, and this will accelerate the insinuation of these principles, and their practice. The era is nigh, the judgment day, when wisdom shall predominate, will soon arrive, and this will banish ignorance, error, prejudice, and fanaticism, from the earth. A general revolution is at hand. It is already kindled. Wisdom will fan the sparks into a flame, and this will consume contention and sin, and all will come forth purified, elevated, happy. This is the flame of love, the consuming vengeance of truth and goodness. For it is a fact that whatever new truth is presented to the world, no matter how gentle, lovely, and fascinating it may be, it is to establish a prejudice like a consuming fire of vengeance. Hence it is opposed, and the conflict demonstrates the difference between truth and error, reason and fanaticism. But the prospect is clear, the purifying fire of love, truth, and knowledge will consume all else, and vengeance will only be manifested in the conflict of established prejudices. Section 37. Such is the era foreseen by David, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Daniel, Zechariah, and Malachi. Such was the period impressed upon Confucius, Zoroaster, Brahma, Jesus, Muhammad, Fourier, and upon male and female writers of every century down to the present day. It was sung in the Orphic hymns of Egypt, described in the writings of heathen poets and philosophers, preached and anticipated by Paul, and metaphorically described by John in the Apocalypse. It is that which gives consolation to every writer who feels the importance of a social reformation, and it is that which inspires the bosom of every philanthropist, gives consolation to the depressed, hope to the disquieted, promise to the philosopher, and an asylum to the admirer of nature and worshipper of her manifestations. Unspeakable inducements have been presented to an aspiration for this sublime consummation, for behold, the deepest and most secret recesses of nature have been searched, and their immense possessions revealed. The magnificence of the material universe, its undying energies, qualities, essences, and combinations of beauty have been unfolded and brought forth unexaggerated. From the central power of terrestrial creation, the successive degrees of development, the manifestations of each step, the results of each creation, the unvarying tendencies of all, their teachings and their practicability, have been shown forth in their enchanting grandeur. The creation of the earth, the form, essence, and production of each kingdom, the general concentration of power in the creation of man, his attributes, his social and spiritual qualifications, his unlimited and righteous exercise of power over the various created things beneath him, the relative positions and offices which he and the subordinate creations sustain, and the unity, order, wisdom, grandeur, and excellency of all divine developments, have all been unfolded to man. More than this, the stupendous grandeur of the spiritual habitations has been reflected upon his spiritual vision. Their celestial attractions, their dispensations, their requirements, have been presented to the lively and willing intellect of man. The grand architecture of all terrestrial and celestial things has been presented in a true form for the purpose of impelling man onward and upward in the improvement of his natural life and spiritual being. The laws of nature have been clearly unfolded, from which may be drawn a code of just and righteous laws of social government. These have been applied to society, and directions have been given for their practice. Society has been arranged so as to represent the material and spiritual creations of the divine mind so that an equal harmony may pervade it, which may restore the disunited and conflicting race to the bosom of nature, to her principles, and to the love of God. Then, tillers of the soil, agriculturists, who among your vast number shall be the first to deposit the germ of social happiness, and bless your brethren? Multitudinous as you are there not 6 among you ready in social and moral culture to enter upon this glorious enterprise? Mechanics, who among you shall first manifest the righteousness of your cause, your industry, your art, as the art of nature? Who among your number shall be the advocates of distributive justice, attractive labor, and a proper compensation? Manufacturers, will you not concentrate your wealth and power to effect a general good, and assist all co-workers in the vineyard of industry and happiness? Lawyers, who among you shall give the first impulse, and promulgate and establish these principles of association, of justice, of human brotherhood? Who in your vast numbers is qualified to ascend to the honorable seat of government, to be a supreme judge? Who shall bring forth his energies, his mental strength, to accomplish this desirable end? Physicians, in your midst, who is the one to be the grand professor and governor of your elevated and useful occupation? Who shall ascend to the various degrees of honor and usefulness? Clergymen, what one among you is qualified to be the grand king and lord of social righteousness, such as shall be derived from the laws of nature, and shall flow to and comprehend every being of the earth? Who shall be the number to congregate and legislate for the people? Who shall prove by actual demonstration that he is a nobleman by nature, and a philanthropist in action? Who among you shall go forth and disseminate the principles of social reform, preach the kingdom of heaven, dispense intelligence, and elevate the depressed? Upon you and your holy proceedings depends the success of those teachings which it has been the burden of every intelligent mind to conceive and suppress, for the want of mental liberty. Agriculturists, mechanics, manufacturers, do you not feel the importance of changing your own and your laborers' situations? Of supplying all wants, and establishing universal industry? Lawyers, physicians, clergymen, do you not feel the omnipotence of nature's truths? Do you not see that they are immortal and cannot die? Give ear to her proclamations and her admonitions, and proceed to change your situations in life, and strive to represent the heavenly societies on earth. Nature demands obedience. Upon her and her laws depends your misery or happiness. She everywhere proclaims this truth, that at her hand is the punishment of every vice, and the reward of every virtue, that in her bosom is nourishment and inexhaustible provisions for all her creatures, but that they must bow in submission to her commands to receive her spontaneous bestowments. Finally, I will leave you all to interrogate nature and the divine mind, to determine whether error shall reign instead of truth, vice instead of virtue, misery instead of happiness, or contention instead of harmony. I discover that your inquiries will be fully and satisfactorily answered, your reason convinced, your minds elevated, your movements righteous, expeditious, and immediate. And the results thereof will be the destruction of all sorrow, and the ushering in of joy unspeakable and blessings immense. This once accomplished, and behold, your uncultivated fields, dense and fearful forests, untraversed morasses, barren deserts, gloomy wildernesses, are all beautiful gardens, yielding the choicest productions of earth. Happy villages are visible in every direction. Valleys are teeming with all the excellences of life and industry. These bespeak prosperity and happiness. Even your valleys are exalted, your rough and impassable places are made smooth, the crooked and fantastic are made straight and beautiful, and all nations rejoice in social unity and righteousness. Innumerable contributions of science and art are derived from every village. In every continent, nations converse through the medium of the electric fire. Powerful engines are in motion perfecting commerce, convenience, safety, wealth, and science. Every port is thrown open, and each county enjoys the blessings of unrestricted intercourse with all others. Mutual exchanges are made, reciprocal justice is displayed, and a halo of peace is the crown of every nation. The deserts are cultivated and bring forth abundantly. The wilderness blossoms as the rose. Earth is a terrestrial heaven, peopled with superior beings, typifying in their lives the grandeur and holiness of paradise. All contention, all strife and national animosities have forever ceased. The flag of liberty is unfurled, and the ocean of truth is rising, and the fount of love is on earth, springing up unto everlasting life. Behold, every child of the Eternal One is laboring with pleasure in the field, in the departments of science, in the courts of justice, in the temple of health, or in the sanctuary of peace and brotherly love. Each one is situated as is prescribed by nature and her Creator. His kingdom has come, His will is done on earth as it is in heaven. And all rest even while they are beautifying and gardenizing the soil. Strength, opulence, grandeur, and glory are visible in every department of social life. None are weak, depressed, diseased, all are strong, elevated, healthy. The millennium, the day of peace, the era of righteousness is established. Everything proclaims glory, and honor, and immortal life. Nothing is lost, all are saved. He who rules omnipotent hath spoken from the solitary deserts, and from the monuments and persecutions of ages bygone. He has revealed His character in every particle, leaf, flower, and tree, and arched the heavens with His glory. He has impressed on man the express image of His nature and attributes. He has crowned Him the Lord of creation. He has elevated, refined, and perfected the formerly misdirected race of man, and brought the whole to the fullness of the stature of a perfect being. Such will be the appearance of the earth ere long. The vision indicates prosperity and peace. It is an object for which all should labor, it is an end yet to be accomplished, it will be, but who among you, brethren, shall deposit the germ, establish the nucleus, the central power of righteousness? Your reason, your unclouded intellects, will decide. To prove your superiority, your innate magnanimity and goodness of soul, do not rest in pain while you may be active in undying pleasure. All that has been promised in every age to the century will be fully realized. When distributive justice pervades the social world, then virtue and morality will bloom with an immortal beauty. The sun of righteousness will arise in the horizon of universal industry, and shed its genial rays over all the fields of peace, plenty, and human happiness. The end.